Ladies and gentlemen, today we are live for the running of the Dixie Vodka 400 for the NASCAR Cup Series, as it is the round of 8, race number 2, third to last race of the NASCAR Cup Series season, and it is going to be a good one nevertheless. One of the best racetracks on the NASCAR schedule, probably the best mile-and-a-half racetrack on the NASCAR schedule, at least in my personal opinion. I think we're going to have a good show today. Hit that like button, subscribe for more daily NASCAR content as we are getting into today's coverage. And got to get my phone, actually, because I don't have the chat on me for the time being, so give me a quick second. I was looking around thinking it was on my lap and it was still on the charger. Get you guys up there. Alrighty. I've got the chat up if anybody is in there. But thanks for everybody tuning in, though. Again, be sure to hit that like button, subscribe for more daily NASCAR content. We've got a lot to cover here in our pre-race coverage. We have about 27 minutes until the command is given. If there are any more driver interviews on the pre-race, you'll get to listen into that, as well as obviously driver interviews throughout the course of today's race, and as well, of course, the pit reports when we have pit stops throughout the course of the event. This is going to be a fun one, though, nevertheless. Again, Homestead, my personal favorite mile-and-a-half on the schedule. I think for most people that is the case. We should see a pretty good race today. And we've got, obviously, a race for the championship going on. So we'll talk about that first. And we'll go through the point standings coming into this race at Homestead today. Joey Logano, who won the first race of the round last weekend at Las Vegas, is locked into the Championship 4 with that win. So there are just 3 spots open to qualify for the Championship 4 in these final 2 races of the round. As of right now, Ross Chastain comes in 18 points to the good. He is the highest running driver in the round of 8 on points, and still not that comfortably above. Nobody is a guaranteed lock by any means on points. Chase Elliott, who came in as the number 1 seed again to this round after the points reset, had a terrible day at Las Vegas last weekend. He does look a lot faster this weekend, as I'll mention a little bit more in detail here in a little bit. But even though things are going well for him so far on speed this weekend, still has to get the job done on the racetrack on race day today. He's 17 points. He's used his mulligan up in the round. Now needs that consistency in these final 2 races. If he can't win one of these final 2 races, if he's going to want to have a shot at the championship at Phoenix in a couple weeks. Denny Hamlin just 6 points to the good right now, coming off a nice performance at Las Vegas. Didn't have a lot of stage points in that race, but had a good finish. And 6 points above the cutoff line. William Byron's the first driver below the cutoff line. He is at -6. He is the pole sitter today, though, and is looking for stage points, obviously, early on to quickly get that advantage. Byron won at Homestead in real life. I don't know why I said real life. He won at Homestead last season. Remember, that race was back in the spring, so a little bit different time of the year. Track temp's probably going to be maybe just a bit different, maybe a little warmer in today's race than what it would have been in February last year. But nevertheless, I think Byron's going to have a good car today, and we'll see if he can try to get back-to-back wins in Miami. Chase Briscoe, 9 points below the cutoff line, an outstanding performance, and really an outstanding last set of races. 4 straight top 10s for Briscoe. Despite the fact he did not start off well last week, he on speed was running about 30th through stage 1, but they got that car dialed in by the final stage, at least enough for him to have top 10 speed there by the end. Got a good finish, didn't get any stage points, so obviously he is still below the cutoff line as a result of that. But if he can run up front throughout the course of the entire race, he still has a shot, of course, in these next 2 races in the round. Ryan Blaney, -11 points, one of the fastest cars last weekend, won a stage, but unfortunately, despite all the stage points he scored last weekend, did not have a great finish. Ended up spinning out late in the race, battling for second at the time with Joey Logano, and by simply just spinning out when he did, he lost about 25 points in the final 30 to 40 laps of that race from the time he spun. Again, running in second place to ended up finishing, I think, 28th, if I remember correctly. So 26 points were lost. He's 11 below the cutoff line right now. If he didn't lose those points, he'd be 15 points to the good, and maybe even could have had a shot to win, and he would be in Logano's situation, which would be locked into the next round. Christopher Bell got taken out in that now infamous wreck between Bubba Wallace and Kyle Larson at Vegas, Wallace ended up taking out Larson in a retaliation effect on the front stretch, and in doing so, Christopher Bell was on the outside of the racetrack. An innocent bystander got taken out of the race. As a result, finished 34th. He did get stage points at stage 1, so that kind of minimizes at least a major points deficit. He can still make up 23 points. I don't think he's in a must-win situation, but this is a track that suits his driving style. We'll probably see him ride the wall all the way throughout the course of today's race, and I think that he's got a very good opportunity of winning this one today, and obviously, of course, scoring a lot of points with that in the stages, so maybe he could cut into that deficit and maybe knock it down to single digits by Martinsville next weekend. We'll see. Again, 23 points back is Christopher Bell. Deb Rosella, JoJo, Patty at Rumdy Creations, Jeff Sperry, Wade Solinsky, Terry Lewis, No Torres, and others, welcome into the stream. Over 40 people watching already. Thanks for everybody tuning in. Again, hit the like button, subscribe for more daily NASCAR content if you haven't already. And we'll see. Not wishing 12 luck today. Gonna do reverse osmosis. Hope he gets loose spins into the wall and stuff. I don't know if that's the way to go about it necessarily, but hopefully for myself as a Ryan Blaney fan that he's going to have a good day. I want, when I go to Phoenix, to have him have a chance at the championship because that is my driver at the end of the day. But Sonic, thanks for tuning in also. I see you in the chat. So that is the point standings coming into today's race. We'll go through the starting lineup in the fallout of that. We're actually going to go over each one of the 7 drivers still going for the final 4 positions, or the championship 4 positions. There are 3 spots, again, left open. We'll see how they've performed in recent weeks leading up to this race, and I'll kind of give my idea of whether they probably will or won't run well for today's race. So we'll start off with the guy highest in points right now of those 7, and that would be Ross Chastain. Coming off a runner-up, second place finish last weekend at Las Vegas. Pretty much ran top 5 the whole race. Trackhouse racing's been pretty fast on the mile and a half so far this year. If we look at the mile and a half track so far for Chastain specifically, again, second last week at Vegas. Texas, he finished in 13th. Not great. I think that was the only other finish outside the top 10 on a mile and a half this season. Other intermediates that aren't mile and a half, he finished 5th at Nashville. Michigan, he was leading laps and running first and second with Suarez late in the race. They got trapped a lap down after Christopher Bell threw a bad block on one of the Trackhouse cars. I think it was Suarez, and ended up bringing out a caution as a result. It trapped Chastain. Oh, no, actually it was Chastain who got blocked because then Suarez got trapped a lap down along with the one. So, I mean, outside of, I guess, recent races, he hasn't done as well outside of Vegas, but obviously Vegas, he ran out earlier in the year really well. It's the first time that they're running at Homestead this season. He's in a Ganassi car last year, and the Gen 6 car as a whole, completely different. So third and second in both Vegas races. Not going to include Atlanta in this discussion. Kansas, he finished 7th. And finished 15th in the 600. Won a stage in that race. Also won a stage at Las Vegas in the spring race. And at Darlington, but that... I mean, Darlington has some similarities in the sense that it's a very abrasive racetrack on tires, so you're going to see cars slipping and sliding around quite a bit today, similar to Darlington. The track itself, obviously, different. I mean, he's had speed. It's just going to be a matter of can he keep his nose clean. I think that's the case for most of these guys in the round of 8. When we get down into this point in the season, I would say for the most part they have speed to get the job done. It's a matter of not making any mistakes. And I mean, in the playoffs, you see what Chastain's done. 7th, 6th, 4th, and 2nd in 4 of the last 6 races. He's just consistent right now. I think he can have a good, consistent day under the right circumstances, maybe compete for the win. I would lean on him definitely getting a top 10 finish, though. I feel safe in saying Chastain's going to get a top 10. And with him being 18 points above the cutoff line, that's really all he needs to do. If he just gets stage points and gets top 10 finishes in these next 2 races, he's going to keep himself comfortably above the cutoff line. He'll be in the championship 4 as a result of that. Obviously, well, it depends on who wins, I guess, too. Because if, say, Christopher Bell goes out and wins today's race, and then Byron wins at Martinsville, then he's only 1 point ahead of Elliott. So, I mean, that's where it could get tight, I guess, so maybe you will have to win in his situation if Elliott outpoints him. But I think Chastain, needless to say, is going to have a good day today. I think looking at the stats this year, I feel confident in saying that. So my prediction for Ross Chastain is I think at the very least he will get a top 10 today. We'll look at Chase Elliott next. He's obviously had more speed collectively this season on the mile and a half. So obviously last weekend he did not, which was very strange. Was not fast from unload speed in practice and qualifying, but ended up obviously not getting a good finish. 21st, 20th at the Roval. He's only got 2 top 10s since Watkins Glen. Watkins Glen was his third to last top 10 so far this season. So since Daytona for the regular season finale, Chase Elliott only has 2 top 10 finishes. It was, of course, winning at Talladega and then finishing second at Bristol. Now, I do have confidence in Elliott today specifically because he had great speed in practice and qualifying yesterday. Qualified fairly well. Was faster in practice. The races he has not ran well in the playoffs this season, excluding the Roval, he just flat out didn't have great speed when they unloaded at the track. He was very slow. He was hovering around 15th to 20th or worse in practice and qualifying. And yesterday that was not the case. So I do think Chase Elliott is going to have a faster car. I think he does get a top 10 at the very least today. Kind of similar to Chastain. As long as he can keep his car clean and survive any restarts, depending on how crazy they get today, as long as he keeps the car clean, I think he's going to have a good solid race. And he's going to stay comfortably above that cutoff line, again, depending on who potentially wins behind him. But I think he'll still be above the cutoff line, though, leaving today's race at the very least. Brandon Wheeler, Earl Arnold Jr., Dark Shadows, Lewis Lee Ackland, thanks for tuning in as well into the chat. Got a few newcomers over the last couple minutes. So I do feel confident about Chastain and Elliott having good runs today. We'll talk about Denny Hamlin in the 11. Toyota's had pretty fast cars on the mile and a half track so far this season. Obviously, last weekend, Hamlin had a great car as well. Didn't start off so hot, didn't score a whole lot of stage points. But by the end of the race, they got the car pretty much about to where he wanted, or at least close to it, ended up with a 5th place finish. He has been very hot in the playoffs, and I don't think people have been talking about Denny Hamlin so much. He has actually scored more points in the playoffs than any other playoff driver so far this season. 2nd at Darlington, 2nd at Kansas, 9th at Bristol, 10th at Texas, 5th at Talladega, 13th at the Roval. And we know Toyotas were just garbage on road course, to say the least, so far this season. So even 13th, not bad compared to other races this season on road courses. And 5th at Vegas. So outside of the Roval, he's had a top 10 in every playoff race. Even slightly before the playoffs, you exclude Daytona with that rain caution. You exclude the road course, which I mentioned Toyotas have been fast on the road courses. He finished 4th at Richmond, 3rd at Michigan. So Denny Hamlin has been on a pretty good hot streak right now. 6 points is not comfortable by any means being above the cutoff line, but he has had speed. I think he's going to also have top 10. I mean, it might very well be likely these guys are all going to run top 10 today. I think outside of Chase Briscoe, which is mainly the only question mark, I think these other guys are going to be running in the top 10 all day, and it's going to be hard to gain points on one another based off of just the fact that they're all going to be getting stage points. So if you're below the cutoff line, especially like Christopher Bell, even if you have a solid points day and you cut into that gap a little bit, I could still see him being 12 to 15 points back going into Martinsville, which is not going to be great. We'll get more onto Christopher Bell here in a second, but the other mile and a half finishes up for Denny Hamlin this season, outside of the fact he's been hot in the playoffs. Again, 5th at Vegas, 10th at Texas, 2nd at Kansas. Other intermediates this season, Nashville he finished 6th. Michigan 3rd. Won the Coke 600 on a mile and a half. Finished 4th in the first Kansas race. And Auto Club not so hot. Vegas earlier this year not so hot. So, I mean, obviously, pretty much since the Coke 600, the intermediate tracks have been a success for Denny Hamlin. Really, even before the 600, 4th. That 4th place finish at Kansas before the 600, even 2nd in the All-Star race on a mile and a half at Texas also. So, I mean, Denny Hamlin's had speed on the intermediate tracks this season. I'd say in comparison to the other drivers above the cutoff line, I'm probably more confident Denny Hamlin could have a better run today than Chase Elliott and Ross Chastain, to be completely honest. We base off of where they qualified, where they were in practice. Elliott qualified 3rd. Hamlin not quite up there in qualifying. He didn't qualify particularly well. 14th, top half of the field, but you get this deep in the season, you want to qualify top 10 as much as you possibly can. Practice times, Denny Hamlin, not that quick either. So that concerns me a bit. 24th in practice, jumped up to 14th on the leaderboard. So they're a little bit behind this weekend on speed. I think you're going to see very similar results to how last week went to this week. Denny Hamlin was not fast out of the gate last weekend at Vegas, got the car into the top 5 by the end of the race, and I think that's going to be the case today. I don't think he's going to get a lot of stage points, which is going to hurt him because he's only 6 points above the cutoff line. You look at the guy who's just behind him is sitting on the pole, and that would be William Byron. Even Bell starts second. So I'm going to lean towards Denny Hamlin having a good finish, but not getting a whole lot of stage points. I think based off of what we saw last week, he's not gonna be up there at the front of the field at the start of the day unless maybe cautious play out right and he has good restarts. But it's gonna take a couple pit stops for them to try to get that car dialed in throughout the course of the race, in my personal opinion. Kenneth Clark, Bond 1771, thanks for tuning in. Looking forward to this. Yeah, me too. Do it for Dale. Anyone else want John Hunter Nemechek to win? Get the diecast of his car. I don't know what paint scheme he's running this week, to be completely honest. He looks fast this weekend, though. Out of the non-playoff drivers, based off of speed yesterday alone, Nemechek looks the quickest. And obviously we saw Bubba Wallace win on 1.5 miles already in the playoffs in the 45 car at Kansas. Had a fast car last week and won a stage at Vegas. I don't see why Nemechek can't have a solid day today. He was fastest in practice yesterday and qualified 4th. I think he can definitely have a solid day. And this is his first race in the next-gen car, too, which is very strange because pretty much any driver we've seen in part-time duty at all this season that hasn't had the experience that the Cup guys have had just being in that car throughout the course of the year, testing in it last year. It seems like Nemechek has picked it up a lot quicker than some of the others, like a Ty Gibbs or a Noah Gragson or even A.J. Allmendinger, who's run some of the ovals and road courses, Hemrick. All those guys running part-time. Nemechek has picked it up the quickest. And he does have Cup experience, obviously, too, versus some of those other guys don't, like a Gregson or a Gibbs. But obviously, again, this car nowhere near similar to the Gen 6. It's almost not comparable on any spectrum. I think Nemechek could have a good run today, though, for sure. JoJo pulling for the Phillies in the World Series. That was a crazy game last night. I watched a little bit of it. That's the most baseball I've watched probably outside of going to a couple of games this year. That's the most I've watched on TV this season. All right, we'll talk about the drivers more below the cutoff line that we haven't really talked about yet in detail. We'll start off with William Byron. Again, he's only 6 points below the cutoff line. He has won at Homestead before. He won there last season. And he, just like Denny Hamlin's, just been consistent in the playoffs. Not as consistent the last few races for Byron. 13th at Vegas last week. Not great. He kind of ran top 10 most of the day, back half of the top 10. I think he'll have better speed this weekend, though. It just seems like based off practice and obviously qualifying on the pole, he's got better track position to start. I trust him more to get more stage points than what he did last weekend for sure. The Roval, 16th, not great. 12th at Talladega, not great. Didn't really get many stage points there. But, I mean, the 1.5 miles, so this season have been good for Byron. Finished 7th at Texas, 6th at Kansas, intermediate, 8th at Darlington. Michigan, 12th. Pocono, 12th. Nashville, DNF'd. Coke 600, 32nd. I think he got in that wreck on the restart that Blaney got sideways in the middle of that race. 16th in the first Kansas race. Vegas 5th in the spring. I mean, he's been doing better on the intermediates in the playoffs. Before that, not so much. But the playoffs have been a different animal out of Byron. We even saw that out of Bowman before he had the concussion at Texas. Where they just came with speed out of the gate. As soon as the playoffs started at Darlington, those two cars had speed, but they really haven't had it since they won earlier in the season. Oh, man, this is a toss-up. How do I think Byron's going to do today? I don't feel as confident about him as I did about those other 3 drivers personally, even though he's on the pole. I'm probably going to lean towards William Byron getting more stage points than what he did mainly last week. As far as his race finish goes, I think there's more of a chance that Denny Hamlin, Chase Elliott, and Ross Chastain have better overall performances. I think they score more points than Byron today. I could be wrong, but I think that they'll expand that lead. I don't see Byron being above the cutoff line today. I'll say that much. He comes in -6. I don't think he's going to be on the plus side going into Martinsville. But he won at Martinsville this season, so, I mean, obviously he's got a great chance to pick up more points there also. If he just has a solid day, maintains that, going into Martinsville next week, I think he's going to be all right. But as far as this weekend goes, I don't think he's going to be above the cutoff line leaving Homestead. Robert Chamberlain, thanks for tuning in. Picking Kyle Larson to win today. Yeah, he's not one at Homestead. He's definitely somebody to look out for anytime you come here. Reddick's had speed this season on the intermediates. This is a track that fits his driving style for sure. Probably see both of those guys have some pretty good performances today. All right, so we're looking at Chase Briscoe. Outside of the playoffs, he hasn't been great. But he's finished 14th or better ever since Kansas. 13th at Kansas, 14th at Bristol, 5th at Texas, 10th at Talladega, 9th at the Roval, 4th at Vegas last week. So Vegas, he wasn't great until the final stage. The final stage, I don't know where they came from, but they had top 5 speed randomly. I don't know where he was in practice and qualifying yesterday, so let me check on that. Obviously, earlier this season, he didn't do great on the intermediates. Let's see, just to make sure. 16th, 35th. 13th, 20th, 24th, 18th in the All-Star race. He had a 4th place finish in the 600. Stayed out of trouble there, and even when he spun out going for the win late, he still on fresher tires got back up to 4th late. This lady's got pipes singing the national anthem right now in my ear. She's holding those long high notes. Blowing out my right ear. I already talked about the Bubba situation. I'm not talking about it anymore. I've been getting comments on that like all week. I've talked about it enough during the race last weekend and then on the stream that we had Monday night. I think he was in the wrong, obviously. I think that's pretty much most people's general consensus. And I mean, it is what it is. It's in the past. He's not at Homestead this weekend for a reason. We'll just say that much. As far as who are we talking about? Briscoe, yeah. I mean, we'll see. Briscoe's really the toss-up in this. Maybe he'll run well. Maybe he won't. I don't have trust that he will. Even though he's been consistent in the playoffs, they haven't unloaded great at all on speed. Yesterday in on-track action, Chase Briscoe he qualified 19th. This is looking identical to last weekend, where he just did not unload quickly. Can they get that car to where he needs it to be in the middle of the race, which is just so risky? I think I missed him. Hang on. Where was he in practice? Qualified 19th. Practice, he was 8th. Not bad. So I think he's got decent speed this weekend. But decent's not going to cut it in the round of 8, especially when you're already 9 points below the cutoff line, though. I would not be surprised if Briscoe had another top 10 today, based off of his hot streak, based off the fact that he was decent in practice yesterday. He just didn't qualify well, which is going to cost him a shot in the stages, which is ultimately going to cost him possibly a shot at the championship 4, unless he can find his way to victory lane if they really get that car dialed in. But that's a lot of gambling going on when you have a shot to point your way in and you're banking on winning a race, which is something he's only done once in his career. So I would lean towards Briscoe probably not finishing in the top 10, but I wouldn't be surprised if he did at the same time. I definitely don't think he's going to get stage points. I think out of the drivers that are ahead of him in points, Byron, Hamlin, Elliott Chastain, I think they'll have more points in the stages than Chase Briscoe, which means he's going to be even further back by the time the final stage starts. So even if he beats him in the overall race finish, he's going to be lucky to come out net even. I mean, you look at it last week, he finished 4th place, but he didn't gain any points. He went in 9 points below the cutoff line. He finished -9. Well, yeah, it's nice to finish top 5, but you have to perform all race long, and that's just something he has not done all season. Even in the races that he's been hot in lately, even the Roval too, he was awful early on. They got the car where he needed. He got a top 10 later in the race. I just don't see it. I don't see it happening. Sit for Brains, Dark Crypto. Terry Lewis, thanks for tuning in also. You guys will get to listen to the command here in a couple moments. Ryan Blaney, Christopher Bell, the only other 2 drivers we have to talk about as far as predictions for how those 2 guys will run, or at least for my own predictions. Let's talk about Blaney first. I noticed he wasn't great in practice and qualifying yesterday, I mean. But he's had speed on a lot of tracks this season. He's just been very consistent. Typical Ryan Blaney, really. Just consistent, doesn't win a lot. 28th last weekend, but he had top 5 speed all race. He won a stage. I would probably lean towards him having a good day, but being 11 points below the cutoff line, like I mentioned, though, having a good points day is going to be tough when you consider the fact that a lot of other drivers... It's going to be about who makes the least amount of mistakes. At this point, I think everybody's got the potential to have a good finish today. I think some drivers will have a better shot early in the going at getting stage points that qualify better than others. That's why qualifying is so important, especially this late in the season. But at the same time, I mean, if none of these playoff drivers get into the wall at all, if none of them have any pit road penalties, if they all have clean days, I don't see any of them really finishing outside the top 10 except for maybe Briscoe, and even then, he's just been so hot lately. Blaney on the 1.5 miles this season obviously didn't have a great finish despite having a fast car at Vegas. 4th at Texas, 9th at Kansas. Michigan, he finished 5th on an intermediate. Pocono, I remember he was running well before he wrecked. Nashville, he finished 3rd. Gateway 4th. Kansas 12th in the spring race. Vegas 36th. Wow, I didn't realize he finished bad in both Vegas races this season. But yeah, I mean, outside of that, though, he's been good on the intermediates, as most of the playoff drivers have been. So, yeah, he put himself in a hole making that mistake. He can be 15 points above the cutoff line. If he didn't end up Even if he didn't win and he finished 2nd, he would have been about 15 points above the cutoff line. He lost 26 points by wrecking and finishing 28. So he needs to get going here early. Yesterday's on-track action for Ryan Blaney, not great. 13th is where he qualified. Would have liked to have had him a little bit better. 21st in practice. I'd almost put him right there with Briscoe, honestly. I think they're going to have to get that car dialed in and being below the cutoff line. I don't see it. And here is the command, by the way.
Drivers, start your engines!
I don't know how much partying that man did last night, but his voice is shot. Needless to say, that is the command to fire engines. We'll get into the starting lineup here in a matter of moments. The only other playoff driver we have to talk about is Christopher Bell in the 20. Qualified 2nd for today's race, and he was 4th at practice. I think he's going to have a fast car. I think of all the drivers below the cutoff line, Christopher Bell has the best shot of winning today's race. But if we look at the points, he's also further back in points than everybody else. Everybody else is 11 or less points behind the cutoff line. He's 23 points back. There's a lot of the drivers that are above the cutoff line that qualified well and practiced well yesterday. Hamlin, Elliott, Chastain. Well, Hamlin didn't qualify well, but I think he'll be all right. I don't think he's going to get as many stage points. I think Bell, points-wise, is not going to really cut into Elliott and Chastain's gap too much. I mean, you consider the fact that he is about 40 points behind Chastain and Elliott. The only driver above the cutoff line he can even think about outpointing in these last 2 races is Denny Hamlin. And him being a teammate, it's going to be tough to beat him by that many points. Which is probably why he is in a must-win situation in most analysts' eyes. I don't think he's in a must-win necessarily, but he's going to have to hope that one of those guys gets into the wall or makes a major mistake and doesn't have a good finish for him to have a shot to point his way in. I do think he'll have a solid day today, though. I think he'll compete for the win. And honestly, if I have to make my win prediction, which I'm going to have to before the start of the race, I might be leaning towards Bell, though, honestly. If that's a lot, though. I don't think he gets in on points. And I don't think he's going to win at Martinsville. That's just not a track that really suits his driving style. And obviously it's different. The next-gen car, it's mainly based on track position now. If I'm looking at a playoff driver to win today's race, I think I'm going Christopher Bell. Nemechek looks fast this weekend, but I don't trust the inexperience in the next-gen car specifically. Larson, Reddick are going to be up there. Chevys have been obviously quick pretty much everywhere this year. Reddick probably overall had a faster car yesterday. Larson didn't do so hot practice time-wise, but qualified 5th. I am going to predict for the race win today, it's a toss-up between Reddick and Bell. And I am going to go with the playoff driver. And the guy as a driver who has made less mistakes this year. Because I feel like Reddick... I mean, not even Reddick's fault most of the time. I feel like a tire goes out. But there were some tire issues yesterday, though. So I'm going to go Christopher Bell. I think he's my pick to win. I don't think he can point his way in based off of everything I just mentioned. Even though I think he has a shot, I don't think he's completely out of it. I just don't think he will. I think he's my pick. I think Christopher Bell is going to win today. I think he's going to win. He's going to lock himself into the next round, and the points gap on the cutoff line gets even tighter going into Martinsville next weekend. So that's my prediction for every playoff driver coming into this one. Christopher McComas, Big Dog, Oscar Ramirez Herrera, thanks for tuning in. Luke K, thanks for watching also. I'm doing pretty good. Hopefully you guys are too. Hopefully the raw feed's going to be working here sometime soon. Don't have anything yet. Yeah, it's not working. We might have to go with the Fox Sports website like we did there for a few races earlier this season. I'm not getting the raw feed available yet. I'll keep refreshing it. If we don't have it at the start of the race, we'll have something on the screen at least. Let me look up here. Bell in the lineup, don't think he'll win. Yeah, I'm going Bell to win. He's my pick. I didn't set my fantasy team yet today. I'm pretty much out of a shot to win the playoff championship. Let's try to set my lineup here real quick. Then we'll get into the starting lineup. It might be locked already. It's locked. That's what I get. Honestly, my lineup, I don't hate it. I would have had 4 of the 6 guys I have in my lineup. I wouldn't have had Cindric in. I would have put Bell in. I don't have Bell. Outside of that, though, I don't hate the team, really. Alrighty. So we're going to have Fox's leaderboard on for right now until we get the raw feed available going on NASCAR's website. Then we'll have our usual leaderboard for returning viewers during these live commentary live streams this season. Stephen McPeak, thanks for tuning in. Pulling for Chase today. Talladega road course is dumb. Alright. Well, it's not real, so no reason to hate it, I guess.
apologize to Christopher for what happened to them, which was to essentially be almost last in that race. And then also to the 20 team, who he knows has been executing lately. If you talk to the guys down here, they know it too, but there's some things they just cannot control. What they have control this weekend is their speed. Christopher Bell, second quick in qualifying, and he hopes to give those views from the Toyota onboard clear sailing, the clear look, all day long today in Miami, Kim.
Well, Dave, with Bubba Wallace's suspension from the on-track incident at Vegas, John Hunter Nemechek was tapped as the replacement driver in the number 45 Toyota this weekend. And when I talked to him earlier today, he said he came into Homestead-Miami Speedway with no pressure and just to have fun. But after being at the top of the board yesterday in practice and qualifying fourth, things changed. He said now he has put a little pressure on himself, not only to complete all the laps, but to run top 15. Getting a great look with the Columbia PFG onboard camera of John Hunter. This team has been great on intermediate tracks this season, so we'll see what they can do here today, Marty, with John Hunter Nemechek in the seat.
Kim, talking to Kyle Larson about what happened last week, he said he has not heard from Bubba Wallace, has not gotten a text either from Bubba Wallace, but he said, you know what, I'm very much of a move forward guy. I don't need an apology from Bubba Wallace. For me, I'm moving on. I'm all good from my side. And boy, is he moving on with a quick race car today. Coming to one of his best racetracks, Larson, in the garage area. The prohibitive.
Love that Valvoline paint scheme, though.
You talk to, they think they have the
I don't think it's
car
as good
to
as
beat
last
this
year's,
afternoon.
the way the Valvoline is on the side of the
car. They're a
car.
non-playoff team. They can take chances and risks that those playoff drivers simply can't take. Keep an eye on Kyle Larson all afternoon long.
Kyle Larson definitely.
We'll go through today's starting lineup now as the field's on their pace laps. Starting on the pole today will be William Byron, the defending Homestead Cup Series race winner. Christopher Bell, one race winner so far in the playoffs. 2 race wins for Bell so far this season. Starts outside of the front row. Chase Elliott and John Hunter Nemechek will be in row number 2. Elliott coming in 17 points above the cutoff line, and Nemechek making his first start of the season for the Cup Series. Kyle Larson and Ty Gibbs will be in row 3. Gibbs making another start in place for Kurt Busch, who announced his full season retirement last week. Kyle Larson, always a threat to win at Homestead. We'll see how he'll do today. Tyler Reddick and Chris Busch will be in row 4. Reddick has won 3 races this season, looking for a 1.5 mile victory today, just like he did at Texas earlier in the playoffs. Brad Keselowski, AJ Allmendinger will round out the top 10 in row number 5. Both RFK cars qualified top 10 this weekend. Kyle Busch, Mark Truex Jr. will be in row number 6. Ryan Blaney, Denny Hamlin in row 7. Blaney comes in 11 points below the cutoff line. Hamlin plus 6. Justin Haley and Kevin Harvick in row 8. Joey Logano, Michael McDowell, row 9. Logano won last week's race at Vegas. He's locked into the next round. Looking forward to Phoenix for himself today. Probably a reason why he didn't qualify or practice well. Not really worried too much about this weekend for the championship battle's sake. Chase Briscoe, Ross Chastain back in row number 10. Briscoe comes in below the cutoff line by 9 points. Chastain is plus 18. Harrison Burton, Eric Jones in row 11. Daniel Suarez and Noah Gragson. Gragson filling in for Bowman again, who is out for the next couple races at least with a concussion. They'll be in row number 17. Cole Custer and rookie Austin Cindric will be in row number... that was row 12, and then row 13 would be Custer and Cindric. Ricky Stenhouse Jr., Eric Almirola in row 14. Ty Gillen, Ty Dillon in row 15. Row 16 will be Corey LaJoie and Austin Dillon. Landon Castle, J.J. Yaley will be in row 17. B.J. McLeod, Cody Ware will round out the 36-car field in row 18 this afternoon. 3 races to go on the NASCAR schedule. I can't believe it has come down to this. 1 to go signal given this time by for the field, so it'll be going green next time at the start-finish line. Rooting for John Hunter Nemechek to lap the field and coast to an easy win. You're asking for a lot, I'll tell you that much. Thanks for tuning in, though, Mike. Plus, NASCAR's on Peacock, won't be able to watch. Got Signal, gonna watch F1 at Coda. Oof. Yeah, I forgot that's going on at the same time. I couldn't care less, to be completely honest. Just being a NASCAR fan. I respect F1 just for, the sake of... I respect any motorsports racing, honestly. Just from an overall racing standpoint. Just the hard work that the drivers and teams, do in preparation leading up to the race and then obviously during the race itself. Yeah, I was watching the pre-race and flyover was going on quite a bit during the course of the actual race itself. Again, YouTube going to be a little bit delayed, so you'll have to bear with us for those of you maybe watching at home. If you're willing to listen to my commentary over the actual race commentary on NBC, then you might have to just rewind it just a hair. But pace car is heading to pit lane. We'll have Fox's leaderboard on their website up for right now while we're waiting on the raw feed on NASCAR's website. As soon as that gets up, we'll be ready to go there. William Byron elects the outside lane. The green flag is in the air, and we're racing at Homestead. 3 races to go to crown a champion. Good launch for Byron. Quickly pulls to the inside into turns 1 and 2, right on top of the 20 of Bell, who had a great push from Chase Elliott. Ty Gibbs' car bottoming out in that middle to upper groove off the exit of turn 2. 4 wide, back inside the top 10 between Ryan Blaney, Tyler Reddick, AJ Allmendinger in the mix back there, as well as Brad Keselowski. And down to a lot of 3 wide racing going on in the middle of the corner now as well, and 3 and 4 on the other end of the racetrack. 3 wide on the front stretch between Larson, Elliott, Gibbs. Gibbs gets the run on the high side, hangs on to 4th place, gains 2 spots on the opening lap of the race, and lap 1 at the front of the field led by pole sitter William Byron. Christopher Bell right in line behind him by about a car length and a half off of turn 2 on lap 2. And Nemechek sitting in 3rd right behind those guys on the outside lane. Chase Elliott blows by Kyle Larson in the back straightaway, but boxed in behind Gibbs in the 23 and has to stay along Larson in the middle of turns 3 and 4. Reddick up near the wall, barely keeping it off the wall at the exit of turn 4. He'll be riding that lane most of the day. Squeezed by Ross Chastain and Denny Hamlin, making that 3 wide pass work for him. And Logano goes 3 wide to the bottom on a check underneath the 1 and the 11 on his outside into 1 and 2. Larson is in the wall, Reddick in the wall. Just a little bit. He did get a piece of it that time in turns 1 and 2. Slows up Denny Hamlin in the 11 mid-pack behind him. A lot of cars on the outside in front of him. Might have gotten a bit tight in the dirty air. But either way, Tyler Reddick in the wall already on lap 3. Didn't really lose any positions out of it. Just lost a little bit of time down the straightaway. Big time slide job by the 1 of Chastain. Gets by the Joe Gibbs Racing Toyotas of Hamlin and Truex, but can't get alongside Tyler Reddick by the exit of the corner. Hamlin going to try the crossover back on the 1 of Chastain. Hamlin down low. Reddick on the outside will stay clear of both the 11 and the 1 again. And Hamlin pulls back along the inside of Chastain, trying to side draft him on the back straightaway as Chastain gets the momentum off the top and clears him into turn 3. Hamlin again down to the white line underneath Chastain. This is a battle for 12th place going on the racetrack right now. And a half a second lead at the front of the field for William Byron. Hamlin loose off turn 4. Could not clear the 1. Has to drop in line behind him on the back straightaway. Ryan Blaney up 7 positions already in 5 completed laps as he is right behind Chase Elliott in the 9. And has gone from 13th to 6th already. Past both the RFK cars, AJ Allmendinger, Ty Gibbs, and a couple other cars already in the race for the 12. Kyle Larson has put some pressure on Christopher Bell, has passed him for 2nd place on the racetrack as well. Bell falling back to 3rd, still in front of Nemechek. Harvick with a run, nowhere to go with it into turn 1, with Hamlin and Chastain still side by side, as they have been for about 3 full laps now. Gibbs falling backwards after qualifying 6. AJ Allmendinger's just passed him for 7th place now in lap 6. Larson about 0.8 of a second off the leader, his teammate William Byron. Bell already a 1.5 seconds off the lead. Chastain clearing Denny Hamlin again. Chastain up near the outside, but not all the way against the wall. And Hamlin crowds him off the exit of turn 4. And again, Hamlin pulls to the inside of the 1 of Chastain. I'm not sure who's faster between these 2 cars, but they are not giving each other a whole lot of room right now. Hamlin holding that 1 car tightly up against the door and up against the wall, but both cars keep from making contact. They drive on off the exit of the corner. And they've got to be using their tires up quite a bit in the early going. .8 seconds back is Nemechek. Blaney has been passed by AJ Allmendinger, who is up 4 spots already from 10th to 6th. After Blaney gains 7 spots, now loses a position to AJ. guys are about 2.5 seconds off the race lead from William Byron. Currently on lap number 8. Chase Elliott putting a lot of pressure on John Hunter Nemechek. Took a big send down to the bottom in turns 3 and 4. Couldn't get around him. A.J. Allmendinger with a run on the outside behind Elliott's going to have a lot of momentum on the front straightaway. Chastain and Hamlin side by side again. This time Hamlin on the outside as he got alongside the one and clears him into turn 1. Chastain back down on the bottom again. 3 wide. A.J. Allmendinger, Chase Elliott, and John Hunter Nemechek through turns 1 and 2. Nemechek holds clear out the exit of the corner while the 16, who's on a strong surge moving forward, putting pressure on the 9 of Elliott. He'll try the slide job now in 3 and 4, pitches it off to the bottom of the track. Elliott in the middle groove while Nemechek still up around the outside, and Allmendinger has completed the pass for 5th. Good speed out of the 16 for A.J. Allmendinger and that Colleague Racing Chevrolet. We're on lap 10. I noticed the website's a couple laps behind on our leaderboard right now. Okay, we'll get the raw feed up as soon as it becomes available on NASCAR's website. They're a little slow right now. A lot of pressure being put on Nemechek now for 4th place as A.J. Allmendinger continues to press forward. Kyle Larson still within 8 to 9 tenths of a second behind William Byron. Can't really get much closer, but he's keeping himself within that range and not falling too far back. Allmendinger not going to be able to make the pass. Nemechek closing in on another Toyota driver, Christopher Bell, for 3rd right in front of him. 80 laps in Stage 1, 85 laps in Stage 2, 102 laps in the final stage today will be the splits. Allmendinger got out of the throttle a bit extra in turns 3 and 4 to keep it off the wall, lost some time. Chase Elliott closes that gap behind him just a bit, but still a few car lengths back. Ross Chastain with a slide job back on Denny Hamlin about a lap or 2 ago again, and Hamlin got in the back of the 1 car in the middle of the straightaway. Kevin Harvick has now gotten by Denny Hamlin, sending the 11 back to 5th. How did Briscoe fall back so much in points? It's because he's further back in the field than a lot of the guys that qualified ahead of him. So if you're looking at like the live leaderboard, that would be why. He was only 9 points back coming into the race, but it's hard to project. That's like projecting that they're going to finish where they are at the end of the stages and the race based off where they're running right now. So that's why I don't even really pay attention to the cutoff battle until we get into the final stage and we actually know what stage points were made out of those drivers. Try to refresh NASCAR's website again, see if we can get the raw feed going. Stanley C. Panther, thanks for tuning in. And still not up and running. Top 10 right now, under the first commercial break of the day at lap 14. William Byron is your race leader by 0.4 of a second over Kyle Larson in 2nd. John Hunter Nemechek in 3rd, 2.8 seconds off the lead. Christopher Bell in 4th, 3.2 seconds back. A.J. Allmendinger in 5th place, 3.4 seconds back. Tyler Reddick up to 6th, 4 seconds back. Chase Elliott 7th, 4.6 seconds back. Ryan Blaney in 8th, 5.8 seconds back. Joey Logano up to 9th after starting 17th. He's 5.9 seconds off the lead. And Ty Gibbs rounds out the top 10, 6.7 seconds off the lead after qualifying in 6th. That is your top 10 right now. A lap 14. Now 14 laps completed out of 267 in the early going of the Dixie Vodka 400. Hit that like button. Subscribe for more daily NASCAR content if you have not already. And this is the second to last live commentary live stream of the year. I will be doing live commentary for next weekend's race at Martinsville for the NASCAR Cup Series. And then that will be it for this season. We'll do it again next year. And I hope to do a lot of Xfinity and truck races also next year. Hopefully switching my work schedule up this winter. So be able to commentate those races for you guys on the channel next year as well. So we can have 2 or 3 races for live commentary on the race weekends. And then the races I go to in person. Race highlight videos from the grandstands. You'll see that from all 3 of the Top Series and NASCAR for the Truck, Xfinity, and Cup Series races at Phoenix in a couple weeks. That's why I'm not doing live commentary. I'll be at Phoenix for Championship Race Weekend, And I'll be back at Daytona next year for the 500 and Speed Weeks there. So also going to have those race highlight videos for those races at the start of next season. I think the Busch Clash, though, will be the first live commentary live stream of the year as of right now for next season. I don't plan on going to that. So unless somebody says otherwise as far as the players in the fantasy playoff championship, if somebody maybe picks that, then I'll be out there, I guess. But that's not the plan right now. Back from the commercial break as of right now. Kyle Larson starting to slowly close in on William Byron during that commercial break. He has cut the lead down to 0.3 of a second on the back straightaway of lap 18. Byron going up near the wall now, going to take Larson's line away. Larson coming off the wall in the middle of the corner. Rear of his car moving around quite a bit. Very loose as he throttles down off turn 4, trying to change his lane at the last second there, as he may have started to get a bit tight behind the 24 of William Byron. Knowing Byron has moved up, seeing that the 5 was closing in on the outside of the racetrack, Larson has now moved his lane to the middle groove, while William Byron runs the top near the wall, but not quite as close to the wall as what Kyle Larson was running. Just enough, though, that Larson was too close behind him at the time he was in the dirty air. These two are pulling away from everybody else in the field right now. During the commercial break, Christopher Bell has fallen from 3rd to 6th. Blaney has fallen from about 6th to 9th. And Ross Chastain has cracked the top 10 now for the first time today. Current playoff drivers and where they are running, William Byron is the race leader by 0.4 of a second, again over Kyle Larson. Christopher Bell would be in 6th. Chase Elliott 7th. Joey Logano, who's locked into the championship 4, in 8th. Ryan Blaney in 9th. Ross Chastain in 10th. Denny Hamlin in 14th. And Chase Briscoe back in 19th right now. That is where the round of 8 drivers are currently running. Byron still stuck 0.4 of a second behind Byron. If he can get that clean air, I wonder if he can maybe start to pull away from the 24. Might be seeing some pit stops about halfway through the stage, which would be in a little less than 20 laps from now. Blaney about to lose another spot at the hands of Ross Chastain as they battle for 9th on screen. Turns 1 and 2. Chastain down to the middle of the racetrack, now pinching it off with a very late and wide entry into the corner. Down to the bottom in the middle, slides clear of Blaney. That was Ryan Blaney on the radio talking about turns 3 and 4. He's really tight off, so Blaney dealing with a tight race car right now. He had a great start, but maybe more of a short-run car on the 12. He was talking about his car being tight, last weekend at Las Vegas as well. But it was a little faster, at least in the early going and all the way around throughout the course of that race, than what he appears to be in the early going of this one. So definitely going to have to loosen that 12 car up a bit. 4.5 seconds back is Nemechek in 3rd. Tyler Reddick is now the highest moving driver in the top 10 in recent laps as he is up to 4th. He got around AJ Allmendinger, as now within about 0.7 of a second behind Nemechek for 3rd. Derek Mundine, thanks for tuning in. About 140 people in the chat right now. Thanks for everybody tuning in. Just about a little over 20 laps into the Dixie Vodka 400 at Homestead-Miami Speedway for the round of 8 race 2 and the third to last race of the NASCAR Cup Series season. Listening live here on KRC. Ryan Blaney continuing to drop back right now as Brad Keselowski is now closing in, trying to get back in the top 10, right where he qualified, was in that 5th row and 9th. Harvick also moving forward after qualifying outside the top 15 is up to 12th. Ty Gibbs has fallen way back after starting 6th. He's now battling Truex for 14th, and Truex has a spot currently, moving Gibbs back to 15th. Austin Dillon, who qualified 31st, is up to 16th. He has moved forward more than any other driver in the field, playoff driver or non-playoff driver.
Find out, would they be good here? Would they run like Tyler? What does Tyler do? And even though he's currently 5 seconds off the pace, Randall Burnett's crew chief told me that this car drives pretty much for Tyler the same way the old car did. There was no big difference. He said it's more about a sense. Tyler just had a special sense for running close to the wall, and for him it was just as easy in this car as it was in the old car. So no difference even though the way they do it, and sometimes the way it looks from behind the wheel, like here with John Hunter Nemechek, is a little different.
Riding along with the Columbia PFG onboard camera of John Hunter Nemechek, and we're actually on the helmet with John Hunter Nemechek here.
Look how close he's going to get to that wall now. Love watching this view. Listen to the throttle. In and out of the gas through the middle of the corner. Being patient. Not trying to rush the throttle when you run the wall. When you run the top, really, what you're trying to do is make the straightaway faster. How you do that is by getting in the gas earlier than what you might do on the bottom of the racetrack. But you have to be patient with the throttle.
Larson now within 0.2 of a second of William Byron as NBC heads to yet another commercial break. We'll go through the full field running order this time by. Commercial at lap 26 of 80 in stage 1 and of 267 total. William Byron still 0.2 of a second again ahead of Kyle Larson. Larson in second. Tyler Reddick is in third. John Hunter Nemechek in fourth after Reddick just made the pass on Nemechek a lap ago. AJ Allmendinger in fifth place still. Christopher Bell in sixth. Chase Elliott seventh. Joey Logano eighth. Ross Chastain ninth. And Ryan Blaney holds on to that final spot inside the top 10. Brad Keselowski in 11th. Kevin Harvick in 12th. Denny Hamlin 13th. Austin Dillon 14th. Ty Gibbs is 15th. Martin Truex Jr. is in 16th place. 17th is Daniel Suarez. Justin Haley 18th. Chris Buescher is 19th. Chase Briscoe is 20th. Eric Almirola in 21st. Kyle Busch in 22nd. Michael McDowell 23rd. Corey LaJoie 24th. Noah Gragson 25th. Cole Custer 26th. 27th is Ricky Stenhouse Jr. Landon Castle in 28th. Eric Jones 29th. Ty Dillon in 30th. Austin Cindric 31st. Harrison Burton 32nd. Todd Gilliland 33rd. Cody Ware 34th. J.J. Yeley 35th. B.J. McLeod, the only car lap down right now, rounding out the 36 car field in last place. Everybody's still on the racetrack. And 35 of the 36 cars on the lead lap as of right now. During the commercial break, we have a new leader. Kyle Larson is taking the lead for the first time today, away from William Byron, who led the first 28 laps or so. And we have a caution, it looks like, on the racetrack as well during the commercial break, so we'll have to wait. Maybe Byron was involved. Maybe that's why he lost the lead. We'll have to wait and see. We are waiting to see what the caution is for. But again, under the commercial break, caution flag is out for the first time today. Raw feed's still not available. But the yellow is out at lap 29. John Snow, thanks for tuning in. Craig DeDungo, thanks for watching also. Truck race only had 10 drivers on the lead lap. Yeah, I was surprised at how quick that went. I actually saw the last probably 25 laps of the race. I was at work. I usually work Friday, Saturdays right now. And again, the reason why I can't commentate the truck or Xfinity races, so hopefully next season I can. But anyway, I wasn't able to watch the truck race. And I was on my last break at work with 25 to go at like 2:30. I knew the race started at 1:30. I was surprised there was only that many laps left. So it seemed like there wasn't really any caution, so the race flowed super fast. I think it's fair to say Ben Rhodes got a little help from his teammates in getting into the championship 4. 45 car down on the apron of the racetrack right now. John Hunter Nemechek with problems.
John Hunter Nemechek running fourth. See, right against the wall. Just like we see other guys trying to make grip. It just comes around on him.
Yeah.
Tires up.
Yep.
That's John Hunter Nemechek. This is his first race in this car. This car is difficult to drive, and you have to dance on the edge. And right here, around it goes. And that's what all the drivers that race this car on a weekly basis talk about, is that car makes a lot of grip right up until the moment it doesn't, and then around you go. John Hunter just learned it the hard way. I don't think, Steve, it's too much damage right there.
No, from the outside, everything looks like it's pretty well up. And as you mentioned, the tire, they pop as he slides around, but I don't think he drug anything too bad off the bottom. At the same time, Dale, we had a little lead change between the 5 and the 24. Yeah, the 5 running the top of 1 and 2 gets a great run down the back straightaway. I think this was more of William Byron saying, hey, man, I see you're quicker. I'm going to let you have it down here in the bottom of 3 and 4. The 5 has not ran the bottom of 3 and 4. Maybe he found something down here. Maybe he liked what he had to do there to be able to make that pass and tries that later. Maybe he learned a little bit. It might pay off.
So again, Larson took the lead prior to the caution coming out, and the caution is out for John Hunter Nemechek, who is riding in 4th place. He was running the outside groove, got a little loose off the exit of turn 2, and ended up spinning out. The tire was not flat until he was sliding, and then popped it while he had locked the tires up. So just got a little loose. Looked like it seemed like on the onboard camera that he was maybe a bit heavy on the throttle on the exit of the corner, and probably should have just waited a hair longer or eased back into the gas. Just hammered it down a little too quickly, but that's how quickly things could go bad in these next-gen cars, and really just in stock car racing in general at this high of speed. So easy to make those mistakes, especially on an abrasive track like Homestead. Tires were wearing out. They were 29 laps in. We'll be seeing some pit stops as soon as they open pit road this time by. I would have to imagine everybody's going to hit pit road and change tires for the first time today. We'll see who will have the better stops, and we'll see where everybody will cycle here in a matter of moments. Larson leading the field into the pits.
You mentioned Chastain, double digits there, 12 spots since the start of the race. Kim?
And no surprise, he said he made a mistake in qualifying, had a much better car than 20th. We've seen that. Pits from the 8th position. He said it fired off tight. Overall built neutral, though, so it's going to be 4 fresh Goodyear tires. Sunoco fuel for the 1 car. Dave?
Christopher Bell gives up 5th position in the 20 car. He said, I needed just a hair more front turn, and it was tail wagging pretty good off turn 4 at the end. Adjustment for that, Marty.
Bottom left of your screen, Kyle Larson. You see the chassis adjustment. Said he was too free behind his teammate William Byron, and he had to be really patient. But he said in 1 and 2, really feel like we can move around. Byron, though, said he was free as well. Drag race off pit road between the 2 Hendrick cars. William Byron picks up a spot, taking advantage of that pit stall number 1.
Byron will win the race off of pit road. A.J. Allmendinger, the big loser in the pits, though. He falls 5 spots back from 4th to 9th. And I think Ryan Blaney was the big gainer, as he had picked up 3 spots on pit road with his 4-tire stop. Byron did go into the pits second behind Larson, had that number 1 pit box that played into his advantage as he won the race out of the pits when they got to that pit exit line. By a nose, he was able to beat out Kyle Larson, who had a pretty quick stop. I noticed Christopher Bell had a quick stop also. I think he gained maybe 1 position, but Kevin Harvick on the move, started 16th. He's up to 6th place. It's not showing him in the top 10 anymore on our screen, so maybe he had a pit road penalty. We'll wait till they come back from the commercial to find out, because I think Harvick had a penalty because he is now outside the top 20. He was in the top 10 when he left pit road. He also gained a couple positions. Billy Carjoy, thanks for tuning in. Orca's Vegan, thanks for tuning in also. Matt Young, welcome. Matt, are you from Florida by chance, or were you just saying about like the travels you couldn't make it down because of the hurricane going through? Either way, yeah. I think it... You'll have to correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think the Homestead-Miami area got really much outside of rain with where the hurricane went through in the state of Florida. It didn't really get get South Beach really hard at all, so I don't think there's too much damage in the area. It looks like it's a pretty packed crowd, honestly, this weekend at Homestead. A pretty good turnout. Hopefully the TV ratings can justify that as well. And the ratings on this stream also. Juicebox Dino Man, thanks for tuning in. Benny B, also welcome from Northport, Florida. Yeah, you got hit pretty hard. Hopefully a lot of people in your area, your friends, loved ones, family members, all doing all right. Yeah, races on the big NBC network, also, for anybody wondering. Going to be right on the edge of the pit window to the end of stage 1 from when they pitted. Again, we're under caution for John Hunter Nemechek spinning off of turn 2. Got a little loose off the exit of the corner. We'll run in the outside. Ended up spinning down towards the inside wall. He had backed it into the wall. Hopefully he'll be all right with that. It's not where you want to hit with this race car. But on the bright side of things, at least he doesn't have a lot of damage. So he should be able to continue in this race. He was running in 4th place at the time after qualifying 4th. And running well all race, maintaining himself in the top 5. But the speed that the 5 of Larson and the 24 of Byron are showing early, looking like the 2 fastest cars, at least in stage 1. We'll see if that will change, obviously, if somebody can get around him on a restart, or obviously as the race progresses forward. Not going to see the track change a whole lot today, but we'll see. 602 days since the last time the Cup Series was at Homestead. Mentioned it was in February last season. Didn't realize it was that long, but I guess when you kind of do the math, makes sense. Field coming to the Geico restart zone. Green flag back in the air. William Byron will elect the outside lane once again. It looked like Larson did not take off well in the bottom with Bell pushing him, and they're going to be 3 wide, and Bell's in the sucker hole between Keselowski and Elliott into turn 1. Elliott going to pull clear of Keselowski and Bell, and now Ross Chastain's to the outside, 3 wide off turn 2 on the 20 and the 6 underneath them. Cars jockeying for position on the back straightaway. Ryan Blaney kind of boxed in behind the 3 wide scramble in front of him, as well as Ty Gibbs on the outside still. Bell holding the 6 car tightly down on the bottom, trying to side draft in the middle of the corner. Keselowski gasses it up and clears Bell off turn 4. Blaney now looking low underneath the 20 of Bell, who moves to the outside, as he is going to be cleared by A.J. Allmendinger as well. Ross Chastain right in line behind Chase Elliott for 4th place, while Byron leads the first lap following the restart after Larson took the lead a couple laps before the caution had came out originally. 3 wide off turn 2 nearly, except for the fact that A.J. Allmendinger had a massive run, deep dive into turn 3 to the bottom. Keselowski threw a half block on him, but not the full block, and the 16 clears the 6 and the 1 off the exit of turn 4 as he gets by both Chastain and Keselowski. Side by side for the lead on the front straightaway. Into turn 1, Larson with the slide job, going to go down to the bottom of the racetrack, trying to clear his teammate, the 24, and off the exit of the corner, he will easily be able to do that. Larson back in the lead off turn 2 at lap 38. Blaney on the outside of Christopher Bell, side-by-side battle for 8th place on the back straightaway. Byron with a big run, though, off the outside of the racetrack. He'll go back to the outside in 3 and 4 while Larson goes to the bottom. Byron carrying great speed, though, on the front straightaway. Might have a shot to get back to Larson into turn 1 as he closes in on the front straightaway. Larson leads his first lap following the restart. A few laps into the restart. Larson consistently running that bottom lane, while William Byron's consistently on the top, at least since the most recent restart. Larson making some gains down there. That's where he passed William Byron right before the yellow came out. So it's interesting seeing Larson run off the wall, but it is working well for him. He was well on the wall too, but has found some success down on the bottom. I think that car overall is just really, really fast. Blaney going to get by the 1 of Chastain and Christopher Bell. Saw Blaney gain a bunch of spots on the start of the race from 13th to 7th, and then kind of fell back to about 10th where he stayed up until the caution came out. So him gaining a couple positions back isn't a shocker. We'll see if he'll end up losing those spots as we get longer into this run again, though, like he did in the first run. Playoff drivers, as of right now, where they run as we're halfway through stage 1, would have William Byron as the highest running of those, who came in 6 points below the cutoff line. He is in 2nd. Chase Elliott is in 4th. Ryan Blaney in 7th. Ross Chastain 8th. Christopher Bell in 9th. And then the other 3 are outside the top 10. Logano, who's already won in the round, he's locked in to the championship 4 at Phoenix. He rides in 11th. Denny Hamlin has fallen back on the restart now to 22nd. And then Chase Briscoe, who I think I missed, he's ahead of Hamlin. Looking 17th is where Briscoe runs, a couple spots ahead of where he qualified, which was 19th at the start of the race. Constantly refreshing the page here to try to see if the raw feed is up on NASCAR's website so we can get our usual leaderboard back for these live commentary streams. That is not running, so we are using Fox's website for right now for a live leaderboard. Tyler Reddick putting some pressure on William Byron for second. Now they're side by side of the back straightaway, while also side by side behind them is the 9 and the 16 for fourth. Allmendinger on the inside, Elliott up high in that battle. Byron down, or up on the outside, while Reddick is down on the bottom in the battle for second. Allmendinger with the slide job through 3 and 4 is going to try to pull up clear. Got loose off the exit of the corner, has to lift, and Elliott's going to get back around him on the top. Clears him at the start-finish line, and Allmendinger will have to try the attack again down into 1 and 2. Again, 16 car down low underneath the 9. Byron comes off the wall now to try to pinch the 8 of Reddick off in the battle for second as well. Byron actually picked some time up on Larson in the corner running the inside, as Larson did in front of him as well, and Reddick had no chance to get underneath the 24. More separation. Reddick goes to the top, Larson back to the wall, and Byron into the middle. Elliott trying to mirror drive on the 16 of Allmendinger as they both run the middle lane through 3 and 4. Everybody trying to lane change corner after corner, trying to find clean air and also trying to play defense, and the cars battling them for position from behind. Smoking in the pot, thanks for tuning in. 3 wide further back for position between Chastain, Bell, and Logano. Chastain clears them both off the exit of the corner on the outside. That's a 3-car battle for 9th. Chastain quickly closing on Martin Truex Jr. and will look to potentially go to the inside. He actually fakes. He goes high. He lifted quite a bit on corner entry, though. Got tight in line behind the 19. Now the 20 of Bell has to lift to keep it off Chastain, and that will allow Joey Logano to clear the 20 car and fall in line behind the 1 on the front straightaway. Back and forth battle for second at the front of the field between Tyler Reddick and William Byron. A lot of action going on all over the racetrack in the top 10 since the restart. Allmendinger again back to the inside of Chase Elliott as well for second. Can't get alongside of him, though, off the exit of turn 2. Reddick defends on Byron as he is now in second place and trying to pull away. We'll see if Reddick's got anything for Larson, who has a 1-second lead ahead of him. Still 35 laps to go in stage 1. All 5 cars in the top 5 ran the high side that time. Brad Keselowski up to 6th place after the restart, gaining some ground. Harvick and Hamlin battling for position. Hamlin had a pit road penalty which sent him backwards.
Over from reverse to taking the lug nut off to putting the wheel nut back on, Steve. So we talked in the pre-race about the pressure on these pit crews, Steve. No doubt, this has been one of the best teams on pit road all year long. Used to be Kyle Busch's team. Now
talking about Hamlin?
It's Denny Hamlin's team. They made a mistake on the first stop.
Now, the problem for the pit crews is they're like kickers. Nobody talks about the 9 you make in a row. They talk about the 10th, the one you miss. That's what everybody remembers. Pit stops are the same way. You can have great pit stops all day. One mistake is what everybody's going to remember. If you're going to have a hiccup, while you would prefer not to, early is better than later. The 11 has enough laps to recover.
11 running up against the wall, as Marty mentioned, running now in that 19 spot. Briscoe behind him. They're the 2 furthest back playoff drivers. Larson, though, leading here at Miami.
NASCAR Live leaderboard running now. I just checked a couple laps ago. I'll check again. Full screen commercial break going on right now on NBC. We'll go through the running order. And the raw feed is still not up. I constantly am refreshing the page. I do think it'll come up eventually. We've had races this season where it's down at the start of the race. Playoff races, it hasn't been. It was doing that towards the end of the regular season, though, for a little bit. On a weekly basis. So Larson leads by 2.3 seconds now ahead of Tyler Reddick on lap 49 of 267. 32 laps to go in stage 1. William Byron is in 3rd place as of right now. A.J. Allmendinger 4th. Chase Elliott is in 5th. Brad Keselowski 6th. Martin Truex Jr. 7th. Ryan Blaney in 8th. Joey Logano 9th. Christopher Bell is 10th. Ross Chastain in 11th. Austin Dillon up to 12th after starting 31st. Justin Haley in 13th, Chris Buescher 14th, and 15th is Daniel Suarez. Ty Gibbs is down 10 spots from the start of the race to 16th. Eric Almirola 17th, Denny Hamlin 18th, Kevin Harvick 19th, Chase Briscoe back to 20th. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. in 21st, 22nd is Kyle Busch. He's fallen back from the start of the race. Corey LaJoie 23rd, Michael McDowell 24th, Harrison Burton is 25th. Eric Jones in 26th, Cole Custer 27th, 28th is Noah Gregson. John Hunter Nemechek, after spinning while qualifying and then running 4th on lap 29, is back in 29th place, trying to gain that track position back. He backed it into the inside wall, has a bit of damage, but not a whole lot, so he is continuing and still on the lead lap. Austin Cindric is in 30th, Ty Dillon 31st, Landon Castle 32nd, Ty Gillen 33rd, J.J. Haley 34th, B.J. McLeod 35th, Cody Ware 36th. McLeod got the free pass during the caution. He was the only car a lap down at the time, so everybody is back on the lead lap again at this point in the stage. 50 laps complete out of 267. Still in stage 1 again. Yeah, I think just with football on, that's why I've noticed the last 2 live commentary streams I've done, a lot less viewers. I think it's a combination of football being on and the races are on the big networks. I've noticed the streams are popping off whenever the races are on USA Network or Fox Sports 1, and I'm hitting like 900 plus people watching concurrently, but then it's down to like 400 to 600, which is still quite a bit, all things considered, by the end of these big NBC or big Fox races, but that's just kind of something I've noticed with the channel, at least so far this year. And especially since football started. It's more noticeable than what it was. There were a lot of cable races throughout the summer, so I mean, it helped the channel, so I'm not complaining by any means. Appreciate you guys still tuning in, though, this weekend, and we'll continue to tune in. Hopefully we can continue to grow the channel throughout the off-season. Got some special stuff planned that I will actually announce at the end of the race about what I'm going to be doing video purposes during the off-season this year. Team communications on the 11.
Still 30 to go. Rip it. Let's go.
What he's trying to tell him is, like, as soon as I am clear, I mean the very moment that I have cleared the car I'm passing, tell me, because I need to take every inch I can and get back up the racetrack in the fast lane. Don't wait till I'm, a half a car length. Don't call it conservatively. Be very aggressive as a spotter to clear me around these cars.
And Junior, they restarted 23rd for Denny Hamlin, all the way up to the 15th spot. And yes, we talked about sort of the bridle, Jeff, that's been put on these playoff drivers. Don't go too close to the wall. Don't damage the car. That was Denny Hamlin saying, hey, I want permission. I want to run the wall. I'm tired of running back here and the throttle being put on me, or the governor, if you will, being put on me to not go as quick as I want to go.
Yeah, it's time to go, Marty. Everybody knows how important this race is. Now's the time. Driver's talking about it. Crew chief's talking about it.
Remember, playoff drivers, they're looking for every point they could possibly get, because there is a guarantee that at least one driver will get into the championship 4 based on points. And at the end of stage 1 and the end of stage 2, points will be awarded to the top 10. So these playoff drivers trying to get into the top 10, Dave.
Rick, before this race began, Christopher Bell was 23 points below the cut line. When the race started, he was on the outside of the front row, in position to receive 9 stage points if he could hold that spot. At the last restart, he was 4th. That's still stage points. He's been going backwards ever since. He's now 11th. He is out of position to receive any points at the end of stage 1. No report yet from the driver as to why he's going the wrong way.
It's a great shot of Christopher Bell doing some work with his right hand as well. Watch him. He's going to come off the corner here, reach down, and shift from 4th to 5th gear, right? So we knew shifting was going to be a thing. There it is. Pulls back on the lever, goes back to high gear, turns down to turn 3. Even running high up on the banking, shifting. I thought for sure they would do it on the bottom. We talk about how difficult it is to run the top. Junior, now I want you to...
Larson already 4.4 seconds ahead of Tyler Reddick with 24 to go in stage number 1. I think these teams can make it on fuel to the end of the stage, but it is going to be a little tighter with those pit stops taking place with about 50 to go in the stage. I think they will be able to make it, actually, now I'm thinking about it. I'm just basing it off of Vegas last week. The lap times are a little slower this weekend at Homestead versus Vegas. I would have to imagine that they're getting a bit better fuel mileage with that being the case. So if they were able to go almost 60 laps last weekend, I think they can definitely go 50 here, or 51, 52, whatever it was here from the last restart. So 23 to go on the stage. Shouldn't have to pit unless obviously we see another caution. We will likely see drivers hit pit road. Big mover right now, the race that the NBC booth hasn't really talked about, but a driver I'm keeping an eye on and potentially having a good shot to win this race is Austin Dillon. Up to 8th place after starting 31st. Make that 7th. He's just past Brad Keselowski. So 7th place for him right now. It is a upward trend right now for Austin Dillon as he's about 10.4 seconds off the race lead. He was about 11.5 seconds off the lead just a few laps ago, so he's running lap times quicker than Larson. Definitely managed his tires better on this longer run. I think he's too far back to try to catch him with 22 to go, but he can definitely pick up some positions, pick up track position leading into pit stops during the stage break. Ryan Blaney back inside the top 10. He has just made a pass for position over the last couple laps. They had an not an onboard shot, but they had a shot nevertheless of Reddick's car a couple laps ago off turn 2, getting very, very loose. Similar to Nemechek's, he was able to save it. I don't know that he ended up hitting the wall or not when he got a bit sideways and fishtailed off turn 4 a few laps ago. He did get into the wall on lap 3, though, but the car's still handling fine, obviously, running in 2nd place. Last lap, Kyle Larson ran a 34.6. The only other drivers that ran 34-second lap times were Martin Truex Jr., AJ Allmendinger in the top 10, and they ran 34.9. So Larson about 0.4 of a second quicker than the next fastest car on the racetrack right now per lap. So he is definitely growing that lead out very quickly. I mean, what I say during the commercial break, it was a 4.5 second lead. Now it's up to 6.7 seconds, and that was only in the span of about 6 laps. So he is bad fast right now, and barring something crazy here, it looks like he's going to go on to win stage 1, which we still have 20 to go on the stage, so something could happen. We were 29 laps into the green flag run at the start of the race when that first caution came out. We're right about that many laps into this green flag run as of right now.
Simple communication, Steve, telling his driver, listen, you have a huge lead. This is the long round tires. Save me a little bit at the end. That's a key communication from Cliff Daniels to Kyle Larson.
That was the radio or not the radio communication, but the team communications based off of Marty Snyder's comments there on the 5 team with Kyle Larson. Daniel's just telling his driver to conserve, save tires. He's pulling away. We got 19 to go on the stage. It's going to be a long run to the end of the stage if it stays green. Don't want to risk blowing a tire. There's some tire issues yesterday in practice from what I heard. I didn't get to see it, but haven't seen any tire problems so far today. Knock on wood, and we'll hope for the best. Full screen commercial break right now. Your top 5. Kyle Larson leads by 7.2 seconds now over Tyler Reddick in 2nd. William Byron in 3rd. 7.5 seconds off the lead. Put pressure on Reddick for 2nd. We know Byron needs those points. He was -6 coming in on Hamlin. Hamlin outside the top 10. Byron's got a shot to move himself above the cutoff line. AJ Allmendinger is 8.4 seconds off the lead in 4th, and then Martin Truex Jr. is into 5th after just passing Chase Elliott. He is 10.1 seconds off the lead. Austin Dillon no longer running quicker lap times like Kyle Larson necessarily, but still running quick enough to potentially gain a couple more positions before the end of the stage. He's only a second behind Elliott now and about 2 seconds. Make that 3 seconds behind Truex in 5th. Brandon Ramsey, thanks for tuning in. Thanks for everybody watching. We got about 200 people currently in the not the comment section, but the live chat. So appreciate you guys tuning in today. Hit the like button and subscribe for more daily NASCAR content if you haven't already. Pit window, if I had to guess, probably 58, 63 laps. I didn't see what NBC's was. Of course, this is the first race at Homestead with the next-gen car, so we don't know 100%, but it's kind of the estimations that I would probably say. That's typical, though, for a mile and a half this season from what I've been able to base off of. It should be good on field to the end of the stage. But going to have to push these tires about 50 laps, though. Just quite a bit. Especially in a season where we've seen quite a few tire failures throughout the course of the year. Got money on the 29, 11, 6, and 4. Hopefully for top 10s. You put like money to win on so many different drivers, you end up like not actually making much out of it. You lose a bunch if none of them win. It's a risk for sure. I've only predicted the winner twice this season, so I actually haven't even really put money on anybody to win since Kansas, I think, was the last time I did it. I've just been like not predicting the winners this year. They're always doing good, and I was like, yeah, you know what, I'm kind of tired of losing money this year. I've been placing my bets on football the last couple weeks, and I've been doing a little better. I'm trying to get on myself from the hole. My predictions overall this season have been really good. It's just my win predictions. I just haven't predicted the right winner. Only 2 races I've been able to do that this year. Chase Elliott at Nashville, and then what other race I had the right winner at? The Harvick at Richmond? I think they were both races in the regular season. Maybe it was Larson at Watkins Glen. It was somewhere towards the end of the regular season I had another one predicted correctly. I know it wasn't Michigan because I predicted Walls to win that race. He finished second. I mean, they've been finishing good. They just haven't gotten the wins. Ross Chastain going to pass Christopher Bell for position. They're just outside the top 10. Not looking like they're in position to get some stage points like I originally predicted on the prediction side of things for the round of 8 drivers coming into this race. John Hunter Nemechek's only made his way up to 28th. Car definitely not handling the same after spinning out a little earlier.
Top, I get pass on the bottom. Bottom, I get pass on the top. There he is on the top, getting pass on the bottom by teammate Denny Hamlin. Right now, they need a solution. The driver doesn't have a lot of answers to give back to the crew chief.
That was on the 20 of Christopher Bell, dropping like a rock continuously now late in the stage on this long run. Bell's falling back to 15th. I think he was in 6th place prior to that last caution. So prior to that first yellow at lap 29, fast forward 40 laps later, and he's now back to 15th, struggling on the long run speed and the handling of that 20 car right now. They're going to have to make some major adjustments. He was my pick to win today's race. Now him, on the other hand, now looking great right now, but still a long race to go. His fastest practice qualified yesterday. I have hopes that they could turn it around. The Toyotas as a whole have been pretty good in the mile and a half so far this season, but outside of Martin Truex Jr., he is the only Toyota inside the top 10 and currently is slotted in 5th place, and actually is now up to 4th as he's just passed A.J. Allmendinger for position inside the top 5. 9.4 second lead for Kyle Larson over Tyler Reddick. Current playoff standings as we run, still stage points to be locked up here for both stages as we have 10 laps to go in stage 1. Elliott is plus 29 points. William Byron is plus 21 points. And then Ross Chastain is the final driver above the cutoff line right now. He has 13 points to the good over Denny Hamlin. Ryan Blaney minus 15. Chase Briscoe minus 26. Christopher Bell minus 37. Again, that is projected off of where they are running now, assuming that the stage points will be awarded to those drivers not only in stage 1 but stage 2 as well. So, again, don't like to look at that too much just because we don't know exactly how many stage points these drivers are going to get. But once we get into the final stage today, we'll have a better and more accurate representation of where they're running, about how many points they'll be back by the end of the race based off of where they're running in the final stage versus the first 2 stages of the race. Nope, no pit stops. 9-second lead for Larson over this run alone. Got to the lead about 3 or 4 laps after the restart on Byron. He has set sail. He was running 0.4 of a second a lap quicker prior to that commercial break, based off of the projections from the last lap time right before they went to that break. Check the raw feed again real quick. See if we have our typical leaderboard. Hoping nothing. Don't have anything yet. Sorry for that. NASCAR's website behind again. Not the first time. Hopefully it'll be the last. Based on watching the race so far, fastest cars, I'd probably say the top 3 as of right now, honestly. Definitely Larson, number 1 right now. Although Austin Dillon is sneaking up there. He hasn't had the track position, but he's in 7th right now, and he started 31st. He is on the move. And obviously, he's a teammate of Reddick, and the Chevrolets in the top 3 have been fast, and Dillon would be a Chevrolet as well. Honestly, Chevys are dominating right now. They have 6 out of the top 7, all Chevys, and then you have Fords running 8th, 9th, and 10th. Toyota's struggling right now. The Chevrolets have been dominating this race so far. Corey LaGeorge just got into the wall a couple laps ago off of turn 4, and he has fallen a lap down as a result. Hoping to be the only or at least the first car lap down by the end of the stage so he can get that lap back. Side-by-side battle for second through 3 and 4 between William Byron and Tyler Reddick. Remember, Byron looking for extra stage points. He is one of the playoff drivers. Reddick is not, but trying to play the track position game and hang on to the position. Byron with a slide job from the top of the track to the bottom, slides back up to the outside. Reddick on the outside, the middle of the corner. Both cars moving around with the rear of their cars quite a bit, and as they battle, Martin Truex Jr. starting to close in. Truex is now a half a second back of these two with 4 to go in stage 1 this time by. Byron on the outside again, Reddick in the middle groove, and Truex has a run on the top as he squeezes by Tyler Reddick, who had to lift out of the throttle at a big moment off turn 4. Tyler Reddick has something wrong on that 8 car right now because he has gone very, very slow all of a sudden back in the 4th place position. Reddick trying to nurse the car home to the end of stage 1 as he is losing valuable track position now as he has been passed by Byron and Truex late in the stage. Truex and Byron now battle side by side for second. Truex is going to have to lift to keep it off the 24 car. Both fighting for the outside groove off turn 4, and they remain side by side of the front straightaway with 3 to go in stage 1. AJ Allmendinger still about 2 seconds behind Reddick. Be interested to see if Reddick can hang on to 4th. And he's a little over a second now behind these two battling in front of him. 15 car just got in the way of Truex in the middle groove. Truex had to lift when he had the momentum. Looked like he was going to clear Byron. Ends up having to pull in line behind him. And Byron hangs on to second for at least another corner. Truex a little bit off the wall compared to the 24 car. Running a little bit out of the middle groove. Kind of a little over 2/3 of the way up the racetrack, really. Just enough to get some clean air on the nose of his race car, trying to get a little bit better turn in the center of the corner. But Byron, with running the outside, is going to have a bit more straightaway speed by being able to get to the throttle a bit sooner than the car underneath him. Truex falls in line right behind the 24 car of William Byron again. On the back straightaway, heading into 3 and 4. 9.3 seconds off the lead, but it's a battle for second, and William Byron trying to hang on to as many stage points as he can salvage in this opening stage after qualifying on the pole and maintaining that track position towards the front of the field. Final lap of stage 1. Larson still ahead. Byron just getting to the start-finish line right now. And in the middle of turns 1 and 2, trying to keep the 19 at bay behind him. Austin Dillon has passed Brad Keselowski for 6th place, so he did get another spot here late in the stage. And also is in a battle for 5th right now with Allmendinger, and Dillon will get by Allmendinger as well. Little over a second and a half behind his teammate Reddick yet. Off turn 4, stage is over. Kyle Larson will win and dominate the second half of stage 1. About 9 seconds ahead of William Byron. Blaney and Elliott nearly get together off turn 4. Further back outside the top 10. I think they were battling for 8th place. Blaney lifted to keep it off the 9-8, keep it off the wall. Lost the spot right at the last second. So your stage points will be awarded like this. Larson will win stage 1. And we'll look real quickly to see how many stage wins that gives Kyle Larson. Larson will win his 5th stage of the season, based off of winning stage 1 tonight. Or this afternoon, I should say, at Homestead. William Byron finishes 2nd in the stage. Martin Truex Jr. 3rd. Tyler Reddick 4th. Austin Dillon 5th. AJ Allmendinger 6th. Brad Keselowski 7th. Chase Elliott 8th. Ryan Blaney 9th, Joey Logano 10th. And those guys will all receive stage points at stage number 1. NBC comes back for the commercial break. Pit road will be open. And you'll get to listen to the live reports during the stage 1 break. So Larson off to a hot start. See if he can keep it rolling as the race continues on. Watching the Dixie Vodka 200 or 400. Dixie Vodka 400 at Homestead-Miami Speedway. Live on KRC. Round of 8. Race 2 for the NASCAR Cup Series. Regine Huddleston, thanks for tuning in. Mark DeMars, welcome as well. Weather expert, welcome also. NASCAR website dumb. I don't know what's going on right now with their website that we can't get the raw feed up and going, but I don't know why they have issues with this every now and then. We didn't have any issues. Well, I mean, I didn't do that many races last year. I didn't start doing this like full time with the live commentary until this season. I wish I would have done it right when I started the channel, but it takes a while to figure out the YouTube algorithm from time to time. And this is a lot of fun getting to watch the race with you guys on a weekly basis too. Gives myself a better job of commentating the race as it happens also. Because that is the end goal with this channel. Is to eventually get into the commentating booth for real NASCAR races down the road. David Paul, thanks for tuning in. This is not the last race. Homestead used to be the season finale for the longest time. It is not anymore. Now Fox's leaderboard's all... Okay, there we go. It disappeared there for a second. It's like, oh, what are we going to do now? Third to the last race of the season. We still got Martinsville next week and then Phoenix the following week for the championship. Larson going to lead the field into the pits.
Gaining points in stage one with Byron, Elliott, Blaney, and Logano. And of course, Logano locked into the championship four already with his win last week. Kim.
And Ryan Blaney, top left of your screen, going to make a stop here, looking for an air pressure adjustment to free him up, running the wall. He said, I'm just too tight up there. I can't do anything. But then battling rear grip on drive-off, so just free, moving down. Again, air pressure, 4 tires, and Sunoco fuel, Dave.
Chase Elliott was not happy with himself, giving up a couple of stage points there at the end. Needs just a little bit of adjustment for no tighter landing, and the fire-up was better that time, Marty.
4 fresh Goodyear tires for Kyle Larson, who said, keep it as it is. I would say so. The car, very impressive. Said into the run, very good for him. 9 critical stage points for his teammate William Byron. A lot tighter that run, and had an interesting comment, Rick. He said he had steering shake during much of that run as well.
Brett Keselowski and Denny Hamlin up 3 spots, the biggest movers in the pits, and it looked like, I think it was Chase Elliott lost 2 spots, if I'm not mistaken, was the big loser on pit road. Inside the top 10 at least. That will remain inside the top 10. Denny Hamlin, though, up inside the top 10 now. For the first time today after that pit stop. Again, Kyle Larson won stage 1, and Larson did win the race off of pit road that time as well. He's led 51 laps already in today's race, dominating the second half of the first stage. Jimmy Sallier and Chris Davis, thanks for tuning in also. Playoffs looking right now, I'll let you know when I see it again on the NBC graphic. Thanks for everybody tuning in, though. We had about 200 people watching at the end of the stage. Definitely going to get some of you guys back, I'd have to imagine, during the stage break itself. Fantasy team, not doing bad right now. I didn't get any bonus points because I forgot to set my lineup for the 3rd consecutive week. So, oh, I don't actually. I'm down a driver. I only have 4 spots, unfortunately. Well, I can move them into the garage, I guess. That's what you get when you have the same lineup for 3 straight weeks. Alrighty. Sure, after the F1 race, we'll probably get more people watching as well, I'd have to imagine. Checking my fantasy football team right now. Come on, phone. Jeez Louise. Again, be sure to hit that like button, subscribe for more daily NASCAR content if you haven't already. Still waiting to go green for stage number 2 right now. Kyle Larson, the stage winner, and will restart on the... will be the control car, I guess, on the restart as he is the leader still. Following pit stops. Robertson County, Kentucky. Jeff Sperry from the UK. They're not doubled up yet, so they haven't gotten the 1 to go signal. I would imagine they probably will this time by. Also playing like a pick'em contest. I need the Cowboys to beat the Lions today. Oh yeah, they're up 24-6, minute to go. I will advance yet another week for $150,000. It's the 4th year in a row I've been in this contest. I've been getting better every year. I think I made it to week 15 last year. The year before that was like week 13, and then I think the first year was like week 11 or so. And the Packers are losing. As a Packers fan, not great. You guys are here for the race, though. I'm just waiting for them to go great. It seems like an absurdly long stage yellow. About 6 laps under the stage break. Dakota race just start, or I have no clue when that was supposed to even start today. Be completely honest. I knew it was today, but I didn't know when it was supposed to start. I'm hoping it's almost over. Green flag back in the air. Larson elects the outside as everybody has on the front row at the... or at least the leader on the front row every restart. Austin Dillon trying to squeeze Ryan Blaney down to the bottom of the racetrack as Blaney tried to go 3 wide. Now he squeezes the 3 car a bit wide off the exit of the corner. Trying to clear him back side by side down the back straightaway for the race lead between William Byron and Kyle Larson. Blaney in the middle 3 wide between A.J. Allmendinger, Ross Chastain. Austin Dillon trying to close in. Chase Elliott gets the door shut on him with the 2 cars side by side for third of Truex and Keselowski. Byron and Larson still side by side for the lead. 24 on the bottom, 5 on the top. Larson getting a little more stability than Byron down on the bottom lane that time, and Larson finally clears Byron on the back straightaway with the run off the top. Chase Elliott with a dive bomb move to the inside into turns 3 and 4 on Keselowski. Slides up the track, not going to be able to complete the pass. Ryan Blaney up to 6th, right behind the 9 and the 6. 1 car nearly in the wall. That was Austin Dillon off turn 4 as he gets squeezed by the 1 of Ross Chastain. A lot of cars bottlenecking behind him. Bell going 3 wide to the bottom underneath Denny Hamlin and Joey Logano. Dillon had to lift, though, after nearly getting into the wall, so the 16 of the 1 were able to get by. And Chastain going to slide up clear. The 16 of A.J. Allmendinger now. Allmendinger with the crossover on the back straightaway and looking for the dive bomb himself into 3 and 4. To the bottom goes the 16 in a battle for 6th. Austin Dillon up that middle groove, looking to the inside of Chastain. Holds the 22 car clear behind him, and Allmendinger clears the one of Ross Chastain again. Chastain with a move to the bottom, gets a little loose into one. Late block by Allmendinger. Trying to take the line away of Chastain, who's going to get right back by the 16. These two have passed each other back and forth 3 consecutive corners. We'll see if Allmendinger can make it 4 back into turn 3 this time by. Another one. Dive bombs to the bottom. Chastain to the middle. Trying to pinch off the corner exit maybe a bit. And despite battling back and forth the way they are, they're actually still closing in on Keselowski for position just in front of the two. Ryan Blaney going to make a pass on Chase Elliott for 4th place. Blaney moving forward now. As we've seen on restarts, but then you get about 5 to 10 laps in, it seems like he slowly starts to fade. He's the highest running Ford as of right now on the grid. 0.2 of a second is all the lead is between Larson and Byron still. We are on lap 13 of 85 in stage 2. As far as green flag laps in the stage go, we're about 7 green flag laps into the run. Chastain with a move to the bottom and try to keep the 16 car behind him. Chastain has to back out of the throttle. Panthers beat the Bucks. Oh, wow. Yeah, they're not doing so hot either. That's going to knock a lot of people out of the contest with the Packers and the Buccaneers losing, though. I'll tell you what, I win that, I'm definitely going part-time for work next year. Which definitely means that you guys are going to be getting not just, more content on the channel, but live commentary for the Xfinity and trucks. So you can pull for me in that contest too. I'll keep you updated through the off-season as we do weeknight streams with the NASCAR video game side of things. And next weekend, obviously, with Martinsville. Needless to say, we've got some racing going on right now. 0.3 of a second is the difference still between Byron and Larson. Larson not getting away like he was on Byron as soon as he passed him in stage 1.
Driver watch was a deal with this tire in this race car. I said, have you ever had this happen before? He goes, oh yeah. He said an example would be Jeff Gordon in 2014 was incredible with a high downforce car. In 2015, the rules changed and all the downforce was taken away. It took a long time for even someone as good as Jeff Gordon to get used to that. He said we're still working through that with Chase Elliott. This week is an improvement over last week. Marty?
Boy, Denny Hamlin cannot go on restarts, and he's frustrated about it. Listen on the radio.
Damn it, I can't go.
So, Jeff, this is a back-to-back restarts. We've seen this from Hamlin. The restart before this one, restarted 19th, fell back to 24th. This one for Denny Hamlin, he restarted 9th. Now he's fallen back to 15th. So how do you manage that behind the wheel if you're Denny Hamlin?
Well, you can hear his frustration in Denny Hamlin's voice because he knows that it's so difficult to pass. And he said he's tight, right? The car will not turn early in the run. Maybe that's okay late in the run. Maybe that extra rear grip helps him later. But you give up so much at the front end.
What I find fascinating is he's right here with 2 other teammates. The 18 of Kyle Busch, the 20 of Christopher Bell. Their other teammate, he's up in 3rd place. What's different about this 19 car that allows him to have the pace and the speed that the other teammates don't have? They're obviously all 3 struggling on restarts with tight race cars. They can't fire off. It cost them a lot of time early in the run. They survive on the back end of the run, but they've already lost too much pace.
The other surprising thing about the 11 and not having the pace that the 19 has is when they were here for the test, the 11 was hands down the best car here at the test. And all of the drivers noticed it. They thought it was incredible that he could be so much faster than everyone else. As a matter of fact, Chase Briscoe said, we thought we were the best car, but then Denny Hamlin was out there 0.2 of a second faster per lap than we were.
And the 19 here taking a second position or trying to take it from the 20. But we heard the same thing about Penske. Penske really fast in the test. All weekend long, they've been good. Hey, they're running well. They got both 2 cars in the top 10, but not the speed that we expected those guys to have, certainly in qualifying. They may find it throughout this race, though.
Mark Truex Jr. William Byron in a side-by-side battle for second. Truex went to the bottom, having a run on the 24 car, and he'll finally make the pass and clear high off of turn 2. So Truex up to second, highest he has been in the running order so far this afternoon. Tyler Reddick, by the way, has fallen outside of the top 10. He started to fade on that long run before the end of the last stage. Lost a couple spots on pit road and has lost even more spots following the restart. Is now back to 12th after finishing 4th at the end of stage 1 and running 2nd for a large majority of that last green flag run in stage 1. Raw feed's still not available on NASCAR's website right now. I figured I'd try to refresh it again as I've been every so often. We're 100 laps complete out of 267, and we have a little less than 60 laps to go in stage number 2. As of right now, Kyle Larson has a 1.5 second lead over Martin Truex Jr. in second, but Truex slowly closing on the 5. As of right now, William Byron is in third place, 2 seconds off the race lead. Ryan Blaney in fourth, 3.7 seconds off the lead. Chase Elliott in fifth, 4.3 seconds off the lead. Brad Keselowski sixth. He's 4.6 back. 4.6 back also is Ross Chastain at 7th as they've got a battle going on for position. 3 cars there battling for a spot, or multiple spots. Austin Dillon rather in 8th place. He's 4.9 seconds off the lead. 5.8 seconds off the lead is Joey Logano in 9th. And Daniel Suarez has just cracked the top 10 for the first time today. He's 6.1 seconds back. AJ Allmendinger's also fallen back off the restart. Both Allmendinger and Reddick were in the top 5 at the end of stage 1. And now, just over 25 laps into the second stage, they're both outside the top 10. And some of the other drivers who were struggling on the long run in stage 1, a little bit better on the long run this time, like Ryan Blaney in 4th, even to a certain extent Ross Chastain in 6th. Chastain was 13th at the end of the first stage, so he didn't get any stage points. And Truex about a 10th quicker than Kyle Larson that last lap. Tyler Burback, thanks for tuning in for the first time here today. At least the first I've seen you in the chat at least, but regular to the channel. Larson a little bit quicker than Truex that last lap again. Back to 1.5 seconds. Just kind of watching the leaderboard. Again, full screen commercial break right now for NBC. Blaney update, where is he on the cutoff line? Rodman717, thanks for tuning in. I'm just waiting to see from the NBC graphic. I haven't seen it since the end of stage 1 yet, so I'll notify you guys once I see the graphic pop back up again here in stage 2. Just bumped my laptop with my knee. Knocked everything off center there for a quick second. Larson's led 71 laps in this race already out of 103. Continuously dominating. Truex was faster for a brief moment when he initially passed the 24 of Byron. Now he's 1.8 seconds off the lead and falling again. John Hunter Nemechek back in 28th after a great start to the day. Lost that track position after spinning. It's the only caution for incident we've seen so far in this race. The only other caution we had was the stage 1 break. Outside of Nemechek's spin. Truex about a 10th quicker than Larson that last lap again. Now he's down to 1.6, 1.7 seconds. Larson obviously pulling away from Byron on back though still. Truex every now and then can run a quicker lap than Larson, but he's not consistent enough lap after lap like Kyle Larson is to try to gain any real ground on him at this point in the run. Now we haven't had a caution yet in stage 2. And we are going to be halfway through this stage in about another 15 to 16 laps. So we may see some drivers try to split this stage in half. And once we see drivers pit, I'm sure that will bring most of the drivers into the pits as well, assuming that drivers in the top 10 will come down likely first to try to gain some track position, especially those in the playoffs. Looking for stage points and points really all day today. Try to set themselves up to potentially get into the Championship 4 after next weekend at Martinsville. Potentially win today's race to make it to the Championship 4 without having to worry about Martinsville next week. Yeah, it is important to remember, though, also for Ryan Blaney that his crew chief Jonathan Hassler is back, as well as the original pit crew on that car. The jack man and the rear tire changer also being suspended for 4 weeks after the loose tire back at Bristol. First time they've been on that pit box and at the track for those other 2 crew members as well since the suspension. Daniel Suarez moving forward, made a pass on A.J. Allmendinger for position, and now is looking to pass Joey Logano for 9th as he sends it off deep into turns 1 and 2 with a run. It's another Chevrolet cracking the top 10. And still just Truex as far as the Toyota group inside the top 10. 3 Fords, 6 Chevrolets at the front of the field. Truex has cut that lead down to 1.3 seconds now on Kyle Larson. Eric Jones is the first car lap down as of right now in 31st. He's having an oddly off race. Wouldn't have expected Homestead to be a bad track for Eric Jones by any means, but he is not having a strong start back in 31st. Again, Kyle Larson, race leader, 2.5 ahead of Martin Truex Jr. in 2nd. Willie Byron, 4.5 seconds back in 3rd. Ryan Blaney in 4th, 7.8 seconds off the lead. And Chase Elliott is 9.1 seconds off the lead, rounding out the top 5 in 5th. Battle for 6th going on between Ross Chastain and Brad Keselowski, and also a battle back for, looks like 11th place between Logano, Reddick, and Hamlin, as Kevin Harvick has just gotten by the 22 car as well, and now is pursuing the 16 of A.J. Allmendinger for 10th. Can't quite get underneath him. Suarez pulling away from that group of 4 drivers behind him. Reddick gets really loose off turn 2. Logano passes him on the outside as Reddick had to pull way out of the gas, and he'll lose his momentum on the back straightaway. Jeremy Oglesby and Colton Thompson, thanks for tuning in. Robert L., thanks for tuning in also. He's pulling for Larson. Yeah, I don't know why Jones is back in 30th. 30th the lap down. He's just very slow today. We've seen that from out of pure randomness, really, from time to time this season, where we see a driver that's ran, mid-pack, running right around 30th in a race, or, even like Chase Elliott, we've seen a couple times in the playoffs. Dominant all season. For whatever reason, he's had a couple races in the playoffs where he's ran 20th the whole day. Kyle Busch, for instance, is kind of that driver this weekend as far as a driver that usually contends in the top 10 most weeks, and he's been back around, he's at 16th now. That's like the highest he's been pretty much all day outside of his qualifying efforts, where he qualified, I believe, 11th. But he was running outside the top 20 for most of the first stage, right around 22nd or so. Slowly picking his way forward. Christopher Bell's falling way back as well. He's in 18th after qualifying 2nd. One of the last 2 remaining Joe Gibbs Toyotas fight for a championship yet. 51 laps to go, stage 2 this time by. Again, if I had to imagine, we're probably about 10 laps away from green flag pit stops. Tyler Reddick losing more positions to Justin Haley and Denny Hamlin. Long run speed failing on the 8 of Reddick. Gets really loose off turn 2 again, barely keeps it off the wall. Very similar to what we saw at the end of stage 1 out of Reddick, where he was just getting very, very loose. Having a hard time just trying to hang on to that race car, it looks like. Having to nurse it and hoping we either get a caution that isn't for him, or he can get to pit road fairly soon. Reddick nearly in the wall again off turn 2. There's also dust flying up. Kyle Busch should be able to zoom on by Reddick for 15th here any moment. See, he's pulled up to the back bumper. Larson's extended his lead over Truex to 2.7 seconds. Not nearly as big of a lead as Larson had back in stage 1. This is the most 2021 like Larson performance we've seen so far in 2022. Not the first time. We've definitely seen Larson lead a lot of laps at this track. We'll see if he can get his first win at Homestead today after all. We'll go through the full field running order. We got a full NBC commercial break coming up. Kyle Larson, 2.9 seconds ahead of Martin Truex Jr. in second place. William Byron is in third. Ryan Blaney in fourth. Chase Elliott rounds out the top 5 in fifth. Brad Keselowski in sixth. Ross Chastain seventh. Austin Dillon eighth. Daniel Suarez ninth. And AJ Allmendinger is 10th. 11th place is Kevin Harvick. Joey Logano in 12th. Justin Haley 13th. Denny Hamlin 14th. Tyler Reddick is 15th. Kyle Busch 16th. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. 17th. Christopher Bell, my win pick, is in 18th. Austin Cindric in 19th. Chris Buescher is 20th. Chase Briscoe in 21st. Noah Gragson in 22nd. Harrison Burton 23rd. Eric Almirola 24th. Michael McDowell 25th. Ty Gibbs in 26th. Corey LaJoie 27th. John Hunter Nemechek 28th. Cole Custer 29th. Ty Dillon is 30th. Eric Jones in 31st. Landon Castle 32nd. Ty Gillen 33rd. J.J. Alien 34th. Cody Ware 35th. And B.J. McLeod 36th. Jones still first car lap down in 31st as of right now. The last car in the lead lap is Ty Dillon. He's probably about 7 or 8 seconds still ahead of race leader Kyle Larson on track. But obviously Larson is going to be closing in on him because he's got a way faster car than pretty much everybody in the field, but let alone those cars at the tail end of the lead lap. Try not to go a lap down before green flag pit stops, probably on the other side of the break. Watching the Dixie Vodka 400 live on KRC. Still don't have the raw feed up on NASCAR's website. I tried to check again. Reddick will be taking over for Kurt Busch starting next season. Not right now. Jack Daniels V12. I have no clue what you're talking about. I'm not going to lie. Walter Scott, thanks for tuning in also. Chase Elliott is getting ran down by Brad Keselowski towards the tail end of this tire stint before green flag stops. Keselowski on the back bumper of Elliott as they battle for 5th off of turn 4 and lead into 1 and 2 now. A little bit off the top goes Keselowski as Elliott runs the outside near the wall. Definitely the preferred lane, I'd say, for most, if not every driver in the field so far. Joey Logano first into the pits along with Eric Almirola and others.
Championship four. He said he just needs the back end to hang
Briscoe's
on a
in
little
also.
bit more. 4 tires Sunoco fuel for Joey Logano.
There's the 14 car of Chase Briscoe. He
Truex
comes to
is
pit
in.
road now. The car's better as soon as he got halfway through the run. It really wasn't turning at all. Finally, 16 laps in, it started turning. You see the wrench going in the window there. They made a couple of chassis adjustments today trying to help Chase Briscoe.
Pit road entry looks like a caution. There's so many cars coming in at the same time. Look how busy pit road is. They're up and down pit road. Marty.
Look at that busy pit road. Denny Hamlin coming down pit road, as we mentioned, trying to claw back after that rough restart earlier. He told Chris Gabehart on the radio, we have to fix that. I cannot give up spots like that on a restart. 4 fresh Goodyear tires for Hamlin and a decent chassis adjustment, trying to free it up earlier in the run. Kyle Larson babying his race car and just so quick, said a little bit tighter. Oh, and a problem there on pit road. Oh, the 11 and the 5 almost make contact as well on a very tight pit road here at Homestead-Miami. He said 1 and 2 feels much better, but the car a little bit too tight early in the run. And William Byron said the car was way too free the longer they ran, so they are also going to make an adjustment here, trying to tighten it up at the end of the run. It's funny, it's like the opposite way it used to be, Dave, when the cars would start loose and go tight. Today they start tight and go free as they run.
Chase Elliott's car, same as it was last time. That's the report from the driver of the 9. He needs the back to lie down a little bit more. Air pressure adjustment for that, and a chassis adjustment. Wrench going in the window of the 9. Green flags.
Fastest pit stops I saw from anybody that was running in the top 10 was 9.6 seconds from both Ross Chastain and Brad Keselowski. I think LaJoie had a 9.6 also, but he was towards the tail end of the lead lap. But those were the fastest green flag pit stops I saw during the green flag stops themselves. Christopher Bell still out there on the racetrack on older tires alongside John Hunter Nemechek are now the leaders. Kyle Larson is about 5 seconds ahead of Martin Truex Jr. I wonder if Hamlin's going to get a penalty for driving through too many pit boxes. As Landon Castle in the 77 was coming in, he about spun out. Hamlin had to drive through a couple pit boxes to get out of his. And that's what led Larson to nearly have a mistake coming into the pits as well. Noah Gragson is going to have a pit road penalty. Too fast entering pit road for him. I don't know if Hamlin actually got penalized or not. He's running just outside the top 10 before that. He scored 16th right now. He's still in the lead lap. Bell and Nemechek trying to run this out as long as they can, hoping for a caution. The longer they stay out, the longer they're going to lose, or the more and more time, I guess, they're going to lose to the drivers who have already pitted on fresh tires, looking to gain some of that time back if it stays green to the end of the stage, though, depending on when they pit. No premium live events between Survivor Series and the Rumble. I don't think it's going to hurt anything. Allows more build-up for the Rumble. I don't think it's a bad thing. Christopher Bell is now on pit road.
You want to be right against the limit. Don't drive through too many boxes. Put it in neutral, foot on the brakes. Steer wheel straight.
Christopher Bell was asked to give them a few more laps. He did so on track, but they were about 2 seconds slower than the drivers with the fresh tires. The report from the driver, tight in, snappy loose off. That's what they went to work on. That's what Ed Stevens had the crew try to repair for Christopher.
All right, so what is that 2 seconds slower going to cost Christopher Bell? We mentioned the access road. Here's a great look at it. As fast as you can go. This is a great view right here off the right rear spoiler. He was running 17th before the pit stop. And now he's going to come off from turn 2. You see on the upper right, the graphic, the 5 of Kyle Larson is going to be almost right on his right rear bumper. Now, luckily for the 20, a couple lap fresher tires, he should be able to scoot away from Kyle Larson, but he almost goes a lap down running long on those tires. There's the 5 right there coming into view.
Now, race leader now, Kyle Larson, is 4.4 seconds in front of Martin Truex Jr.
I would feel confident in what you're telling me, Steve, but this Larson, he's been half a second faster in the field, so
that's why I said should, because I wasn't real sure.
Maybe Larson actually runs him down even with those new tires. I'd be a little concerned. I'm watching if I'm the crew chief, like the lap times, and I'm telling him, man, you got to go. No time to waste.
That is, yeah. He should drive away.
Bell came out and is coming off of pit road lap. Has him running about 33.6 seconds. And so a good lap there. He was the fastest car on the racetrack. But as you guys mentioned, Kyle Larson, he was the fourth fastest car, 33.9.
Double click the mute button there for a second. Kyle Larson, your race leader. They'll go into another commercial break. Update on where the playoff drivers are running at this point in stage 2 with about 30 laps to go in the stage would be highest running playoff driver William Byron is in third after leading 33 laps at the start of the race from the pole. He's 10.1 seconds off the lead right now. Ryan Blaney's 13.5 seconds off the lead in fourth. Then Ross Chastain's in 15.9 seconds back. Also 15.9 seconds back is Chase Elliott in 7th. Joey Logano in 10th right now, 19.1 seconds off the lead. Denny Hamlin in 13th. He is 24 seconds off the race lead right now. Chase Briscoe, 29.9 seconds off the lead in 19th as well. And then Christopher Bell, the lowest running of the playoff drivers, in 22nd. He is 30.3 seconds off the lead, but he stayed out alongside John Hunter Nemechek as long as they possibly could before coming into the pits, so they lost quite a bit of time compared to where they were running. Bill was in 18th. He's in 22nd now. It'll be interesting to see if he can get some of that time back now as he has slightly fresher tires. Christopher Bell has led 4 laps today. He's the only driver to lead a lap outside of a Hendrick Chevy and being Byron and Larson so far today, as Larson continues to dominate at this juncture of the race. He has led 97 laps and counting, and we're only in stage 2. Check the raw feed on NASCAR's website again, and hopefully it is working now, but I don't believe it is. Nope. This might be the longest it's been out. We're exactly halfway through today's race as of right now. Today's trivia question on the channel, means we are halfway through this race, is going to be pretty simple. I think somebody's going to get this. And the question is, who is the last NASCAR Cup Series driver to win the championship finale at Homestead without winning the final race of the season? Who is the most recent to do so? That is today's trivia question. And we'll see if anybody can get the answer down the chat. I'll shout out whoever gets it first. John Finn, thanks for tuning in. Brian Santap, also welcome. Daniel Miley, thanks for watching also. Penalty for Hamlin driving through 5 stalls. I don't know what. I think they decided not to give him a penalty just because he was missing an accident. They usually aren't that lenient with that. I can understand why they didn't penalize him though, because the 77 spun out and tried to get into his pit box, and Denny Hamlin really had nowhere to go as he was leaving but to do that. And he was able to get out in time before Larson got in, even though they almost made contact. It was definitely dangerous, but Hamlin was kind of boxed in there with really nowhere to go. Because he was leaving as the 77 was spinning, coming to a stop on his outside. So it was an evasive maneuver by Hamlin for sure. I think that's why they didn't penalize him. My justification of it, at least. Daniel Suarez up to 8th place now. Not sure on the playoff standings. I have not seen the ticker on the bottom left-hand corner of the screen since the start of Stage 2.
Said they did not feel like they were great in practice, and they did not have the pace they wanted. He also noted it was going to be hard to pass. So there were 2 things that they were focusing on coming into this race. Very clean, quick pit stops, and really good restarts. We've seen both of those things from the team today. Great stops on the team's part and great restarts on Ryan's part, gaining positions. He currently is posted in the 4th position, hoping to hold on, Marty, to get some of those valuable stage points.
And what a surprise. Denny Hamlin minus 21 below the cut line right now. We've talked about the restart issues. Here's what Hamlin said to Chris Gabehart a little while ago about that.
Back is playing a lot better on the exit now. Just plan on restart. Flag go. Gotta be able to hold my position.
Denny Hamlin knows those restarts have to get a lot better in Stage 3, Rick. Dave, they're not out of it yet, but they certainly have a long way to go.
RDC Chase Briscoe is in the red as well. Started the day in 19th position. Currently runs in 19th position. They've been able to go nowhere so far, undoing adjustments that they've made previously to try to help Chase to the end. Meanwhile, the 20 of Christopher Bell, we saw him run long on that green flag sequence. Great Toyota onboard right here from the right rear of the race car. He has gotten back all of the positions that he, in theory, gave up, back to 17th position now, but no further. They still have to find a little bit more for Christopher Bell to ultimately go forward.
As of right now, your playoff standings, obviously Joey Logano in to Phoenix based off a win in the first race of the round last weekend at Las Vegas. Chase Elliott is 19 points to the good. Ross Chastain is 15 points to the good. And William Byron, who came in -6, has been running second or third pretty much all day. He is now 14 points to the good. Ryan Blaney's the first driver below the cutoff line at -14 as we run. Denny Hamlin is -21 in 6th. Chase Briscoe is -35 in 7th. Christopher Bell is still last as of right now in the playoff standings. He is -48 as we run and is looking more and more likely like he's in a must-win situation as this race progresses. And as the round progresses, of course, getting closer to the end of the round. Ross Chastain and Chase Elliott battling for 6th on the racetrack. Chastain with the dive down to the inside of the 9 of Elliott. They'll be side by side in the middle of turns 3 and 4. And by the time they get to the exit, Chastain is underneath the 9, side by side, and now ducking back in line behind him is Chastain. Chastain going to have to get that momentum back, so he'll run a little bit wider in turns 1 and 2. He still goes to the bottom in the middle of the corner, but really arced it off quite a bit more than what he did the corner before that. Elliott a bit loose off turn 2 and almost got into the wall himself. Kevin Harvick is up to 9th place. He just passed Joey Logano moments ago. Kyle Busch up to 12th as well. He was running outside the top 20 in stage 1. He's slowly moving forward. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. slowly on the move also up to 14th. .3-second lead for Kyle Larson over Martin Truex Jr. also. Playoff drivers as of right now would have William Byron in 3rd, Ryan Blaney 4th, Chase Elliott in 6th, Ross Chastain in 7th, Joey Logano in 10th, and the only two outside the top 10 would be Denny Hamlin in 13th, Christopher Bell in 17th, and Chase Briscoe now in 20th. One caution for incident today, that was John Hunter Nemechek spinning off of turn 2. Back on lap 29. Then we had the stage 1 break at lap 80. We have not had a single caution in stage 2, and we have 21 laps to go in the stage. We know we're going to get at least one more restart. Yeah, I'll repeat the trivia question. I haven't seen the right answer yet. Again, trivia question is, who was the last driver to win a cup race at Homestead without winning the championship race? So again, this is for when Homestead was the championship. Who was the last driver to win at Homestead without winning the championship? It is not Kyle Larson, not Matt Kenseth, Carl Edwards, Chase Elliott, Truex, Kyle Busch, Tony Stewart. I have not seen the right answer yet. It's not Gordon, not Johnson. Wood Duck, thanks for tuning in. Next gen looks identical to the Lightning McQueen Cars movie. It does kind of look somewhat similar to that, now that you mention it. Oops. I'll check the raw feed again. Yep, it is working. Thank you for that. Raw feed is up and running. Thanks for that, Mike, in the chat. Keeping an eye on it. About time. Almost the end of stage 2. We're over halfway through the race, but appreciate that. Helping making the stream better. But it is not any of those drivers. I haven't seen it yet. I'll give you guys 3 more laps to try to get the trivia question, and then I'll give you guys the answer. Four and a half second lead for Larson over Truex still. Larson dealing with more lap traffic. Chase Briscoe's the last car in the lead lap right now, and of course he is a playoff driver. And he is the last of the running playoff drivers.
And that is what he's been doing. Right before that,
Dave Burns on Chase Briscoe.
He said, going looser. You nailed it, Burton. Loose race car.
I lost my sound. Give me a second. Are you sure? Oh, it's on your end. Okay, you confused me there for a second. I was like, wait a minute. Juicebox Dino Man, thanks for tuning in. Drewby Rants, thanks for tuning in. It is not Brad Keselowski. That is not the answer. He did win the championship, but he is not the most recent driver to win the championship without winning. It's not winning the championship without winning the race. It's winning the race without winning the championship. At least that's what I meant to say. Sorry if I worded it wrong. Last driver to win the race at Homestead without winning the championship in the championship era. I might have said that wrong. Sorry if I did. I didn't mean to mess up the trivia question for you guys. Denny Hamlin is the answer. I did see Walter Scott say Hamlin. Denny Hamlin won in 2013 at Homestead. He's the last driver out since Homestead has not been the championship race anymore. Obviously, it would be William Byron last season, but when Homestead was the championship race, he was the most recent winner without winning the championship back in 2013. Really, since the 16-man playoff format, he is the last driver to have that happen. Kyle Larson battling Chase Briscoe, just passed him in turns 1 and 2. Briscoe looking for the crossover, but doesn't go all the way back down to the bottom of the racetrack. Now, the best news for Briscoe is he's the first car 1 lap down right now. Harrison Burton's the last car to lead lap in 19th. That's who Larson is trying to catch to put a lap down next. If he does so, then that means Chase Briscoe will not be on the lead lap to start the final stage. He's going to be trapped a lap down, and he'd be the only driver of the 8 remaining in the playoffs that would be trapped a lap down into the final stage. But I think Larson's going to catch Byron. He may catch a couple other drivers. Austin Dillon's fallen way back. He's in 18th right now as well, just a couple seconds ahead of Burton. Chastain and Elliott still battling for position. Chastain holding on to 6th for the time being. Brad Keselowski's actually slowly closing in on Ryan Blaney for 4th. Good run for the 6 of Bad Brad right now. Glenn Collins, thanks for tuning in. Hope Hammerhead Hamlin never wins a championship. Well, he was, Alright. Brian W., thanks for tuning in. It was not Biffle, by the way. Yep, the answer was Denny Hamlin. Kevin Beeler, thanks for tuning in also. He's pulling for Logano today. He's had a quiet day. He's kind of been hovering around 9th or 10th the entire second stage. Better than what he was in the first stage. He was outside the top 10 for most of that point in time, but slowly moving forward. 5.4 second lead for Kyle Larson over Martin Truex Jr. 11 laps to go in stage 2. Larson, who has dominated the day thus far, has led well over 100 laps. Bell led 4 laps during green flag pit stops. Other than that, Byron led the first 33, and Larson has pretty much led every lap effectively since. And that was even with Byron winning the race off pit road on Larson during the second stop. Last pit stop though was during the stage break as far as the caution pit stops, because we haven't had a caution for incident. We had green flag pit stops in the stage, but obviously Larson held on to the lead. Actually extended that lead just a hair, because I think it was a 4.5 second lead over Truex before the pit stops, and now it's at about 5 seconds. Larson had a 9 second lead at the end of stage 1. So Truex has definitely been able to run a little bit better pace than anybody else in the field outside of Larson, because he's the only one within 10 seconds of Kyle Larson. And obviously Truex was not that close to the 5 car, and I believe finished second at the end of the stage because he was battling... No, he finished third. He was battling Byron, but he couldn't quite get around Byron there late. Lap car kind of got in his way as well in that battle. I think it was Chase Briscoe in the 14 who had a big moment off turn 2 a couple laps ago. Already a lap down. He is struggling with his car, though, even since losing the lap. Seems like turn 2 has been the trouble corner for these drivers versus turn 4 for whatever reason. There's more shade on the outside of the track. It seems like in turn 2 versus turn 4, so I'm not sure exactly what is causing these drivers to have more trouble and problems with that corner. Briscoe, by the way, back to 22nd. By no means is in any position to get the free pass. Tyler Reddick, Chris Buescher have just gone a lap down. Harrison Burton still the last car in the lead lap. 6 laps to go, stage 2. Larson will clear Buescher into the corner. Harrison Burton right in front of him in the 21. Truex closing in on Larson because Larson's hit some heavier lap traffic. .8 seconds back now is Truex. Too far back to catch Larson before the end of the stage. Harrison Burton trying to hold on to the lead lap before the stage comes to an end. 5 to go. We'll see if he can do it. He does go a lap down. I don't think Larson's going to catch the next car in front of Burton, so he should be able to get the free pass. Stenhouse and actually Austin Dillon, rather, would be the next car ahead of Burton for position. Chase Briscoe is slow, and the caution is going to come out. There's some damage on the 14 car. I think he has hit the wall with the right front. Flat left rear on Chase Briscoe, but he has some heavy damage on the right front fender of his race car. It looks like a tire rub on the right front as well that caved in. A lot of damage in the first playoff driver to have a major, major problem today. He was the only one a lap down. And again, he was in 22nd. It's just our second caution for incident today with 4 laps to go in stage 2. I don't think we are going to get a restart before the end of the stage because they're going to have to clean up that area of the track where he hit the wall with the sweeper trucks. He had a moment off turn 2 a few laps ago. I missed it. I was looking at the wrong car on the replay cam. We'll get another look. Yep, just overcorrected. Loose in the middle of the corner and 1 and 2 for Briscoe. Overcorrected it and slapped the right front into the wall. Heavy damage on the 14 car. It has messed the steering up, and that is likely going to knock him further back in the running order. Did what they could to assure that Chevy won. Ford did away with the T-Bird. Could have manufactured 2-door cars, so they... I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know if you're talking about like the actual stock cars or if you're talking about like production cars. Yeah, Briscoe was the reason for the most recent caution. Probably going to bleed into the end of stage 2. I don't think they're going to be able to get it cleaned up. Caution came out with 4 laps to go in the stage. They have to open up pit road. And probably going to be a lengthy yellow because it will run into the stage break. Second caution for incident today. And it's the first one in stage 2, and it took over 80 laps in the stage to have it happen. And that 4.5 second lead for Kyle Larson will be gone with the caution. And we'll see if there's a chance that Martin Truex Jr. or anybody else who can make the right adjustments going into the final stage during this pit stop could have a shot to dethrone Larson, who has dominated the day thus far. Blaney having a good run so far, not going to lie. Yeah, so far. The problem is he didn't get any. Well, he did get stage points in stage 1. He got 2, and then he'll get 7 here. But I think he's still below the cutoff line based off of where they run. The other drivers, he's trying to catch Elliott and Chastain, even though he's outrunning them right now. He's not outrunning them by much. A couple positions. And actually, in stage 1, he was behind both of them. Well, Chastain didn't get any stage points in stage 1. He got 3 here, so he closed in on him. Elliott, he probably lost a couple points to as of right now. But then William Byron's picked it up. He was 5 points ahead of Blaney going into this race. And Byron has scored 17 points total in the stages. Second and a third. Yeah, 17 points. Right circumstances, you never know if he'll have a chance to win. He takes off like a rocket ship on the restarts. I'd say of any car so far today, the first 2 or 3 laps into a restart, Blaney's probably been the best. He didn't fade as much on the long run that time. He maintained in 4th as soon as he got there and stayed there the entire stage. I mean, he was like 13 seconds off the lead when the caution came out, but staying in 4th. Briscoe climbing out of his race car. The day is done for him. You'll probably get an interview from him. And when you do, you guys will get to listen to Chase Briscoe detailing his problems he has had throughout the course of the day today. Yeah, Briscoe will be out. It will be a last place finish too, because every other car that started the race is still in it. Briscoe's the first car out of the race today. And no stage points either, so just 1 point today for Briscoe. He'll be in a must-win situation going into Martinsville next weekend. We're on the final lap of stage 2 under the yellow. They'll be getting the green, white, checker flag this time by, and the pit roads will probably open in another lap or 2. Kyle Larson has won and swept the stages today at Homestead for his 5th and 6th stage wins of the season. Martin Truex Jr. will finish 2nd in stage 2. William Byron 3rd. Ryan Blaney 4th. Brad Keselowski will be 5th. Chase Elliott 6th. Daniel Suarez 7th. Ross Chastain 8th. Joey Logano 9th. Denny Hamlin will round out the top 10. And those will be all the drivers getting stage points in stage 2. 102 laps to go at Homestead in the Dixie Vodka 400. And you're listening to it live on KRC. Free pass going to go to Chris Buescher, I believe, in the 19. Yeah, he's not on my fantasy team either, but that's mainly because I forgot to put my fantasy lineup in, to be completely honest. Cody who? Cody where he at? Cody where he at other than last? I think Briscoe's has to go to the infield care center because of being out of that wreck. So we'll get an interview from him after that. Pit road is open.
And a 4th place finish in that stage for Ryan Blaney. Top left, he said he was better this run, just a little free in 3 and 4. So they're going to give him a little more rear security as well as a little more turn with an air pressure adjustment on those 4 fresh Goodyears. And Sunoco fuel as Chase Elliott in front of you, Dave.
He gives up 6th position, Kim. He just needs it to work better on the wall in turns 1 and 2. 4 in fuel for him, Marty.
Kyle Larson in his pit stall early because he had that huge lead on pit road. Easily he'll win the race off of pit road. He said he made wall contact, quote, decently twice. His teammate William Byron, 17 critical stage points in the bank already. Said he needs more rear grip late in the run.
9.4 second stop for Larson, easily winning the race out of the pits. Keselowski will be the big loser in the top 10, falling from 5th to 8th, losing 3 spots, and Denny Hamlin up 3 from 11th. And now he'll be restarting in 8th. Larson, I would have to assume, will elect the outside lane on the restart again, as we've seen the leaders do all day today when we go into the final stage. Waiting for a leaderboard to update here under the caution. Thanks for everybody tuning in, though, today. Hit that like button, subscribe for more daily NASCAR content. We're under the Stage 2 break at Homestead. Pretty calm race so far. Kyle Larson has dominated the day. Feels like 2021 all over again. But Larson has dominated. He's led well over 100 laps. He has swept and won the first 2 stages. I think he started in row 3. I think he qualified 5th. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that's where Larson started. Either way, he is out in front now. We'll see if he can hang on to the lead when we get to the restart. We've only had 3 cautions all day today. 2 for incident. This most recent one, Chase Briscoe spinning. Well, it was like a half spin, but he hit the wall pretty hard. He overcorrected the car in the middle of turns 1 and 2, slammed the right front, and had some pretty heavy damage. And now he is out of the race. He's smoking and running very slow in the backstretch, the cause of the yellow. That was with 4 laps to go in stage 2, so it ran into the stage end. So we didn't have an extra caution for the stage break for that reason. We'll begin the 1 to go signal this time by. We'll have about 97 laps to go when we go green in this race. Modern Genetics, thanks for tuning in. Ford guy, but rooting for Suarez again. He's having a solid day right now. He's currently 6th. Slowly moving forward as the race progresses. A lot of battles have been going on outside of the race lead. The start of the last stage was a lot more crazier, I think, than everything that had happened prior to that. Because of the lack of restarts today, I think this one's going to be pretty wild. That seems to be the case, because any restart could be the last at this point. You're trying to get all the track position you can, with that being the case. Stage points matter for the Owners' Championship? Yes. For those that are in the round of 8 for the Owners' Championship, it does. Which is good to point out, because Larson is still racing for the Owners' Championship. And if he wins today, then the 5 car will actually be in the Owners' playoffs. So it'd be the 5 and the 22 in the Championship 4. The only difference from the driver standings to the Owners' standings as of right now would be that Blaney is still in the driver standings, and the 5 car is still in for the Owners. And Blaney is not in for the Owners because he actually didn't even qualify for the Owners' playoffs to begin with. So we had 16 different winners in the regular season.
Below the elimination line, and when I talked with the team this morning, they said they would not feel safe headed into Martinsville with anything but a win. But to get that win, they're going to be chasing Larson Larson like everyone else. Here's what the team told Blaney in relation to what they saw the 5 doing.
If it makes you feel any better, the 5 car who's got really good speed is really struggling lap traffic. He can't run the bottom to pass anybody, so he's kind of welded to the wall as well.
And then Blaney added to the team, the weak point he feels like is his entry into turn 1. He can't roll with speed into it, so that's what he's going to work on this final stage, Dave.
Did Chase Elliott's team adjust his race car to be a winning race car? That remains to be seen. One thing that did happen, the pit crew did its job. They picked him up one spot, Marty.
How about Denny Hamlin's pit crew? Rough first stop of the day. They gained him 3 on this last stop of the day, though. And Chris Gabehart had a conversation with Hamlin about which lane to choose on the restart. Listen.
It feels like we're getting bottled up on the bottom there, or not having enough momentum to finish and get formed on the top. I don't know if you're feeling the same way, or just situational, but that's what we see up here, so just keep that in mind on this next one.
Restarts have been a topic for Hamlin all day long. Can he get a good one here at a critical time? We'll find out, Rick.
About to find out as we will have 97 laps remaining.
So 97 to go on the restart this time by. Pace car will pull off of the racetrack. Will this be the final restart of the day? The cautions have been few and far between at Homestead. Larson on the outside will be the control car. Truex down low in the front row. Larson with his teammate Byron and Elliott behind him, giving him the push. Green flag back in the air for stage 3. Byron trying to get to the outside of the 5 car in the middle of turns 1 and 2 while the 5's down on the door. The 19 in the middle of the corner. Byron is going to get to the outside off the exit and now dives back in line right behind Kyle Larson as he ran out of room and nearly got in the wall. Pushes the 5 car now down the backstretch heading into the corner. Chase Elliott going to follow, and he's up to third as he goes all the way down the track to try to block the 19 of Blaney. Can't do it. Slides in line right in front of the 19 of Truex. Blaney's up to third as he clears Elliott high, and nearly contact between the 11 and the 9 for fourth. And Elliott has to hop out of the throttle, losing a ton of ground. It falls from third to sixth in about a half a straightaway. William Byron trying to put the pressure on Kyle Larson early in the run. Larson in that middle to bottom lane. Byron up towards the top, Blaney on the bottom as they merge off of turn 2 down the backstretch. Elliott back to the inside of Martin Truex Jr. for 5th place again into 3 and 4. Elliott down on the bottom. A lot of positions up for grabs behind them as the 2 Trackhouse cars of Suarez and Chastain are side by side for 7th, and they've got 2 and 3 wide going on behind them. Larson gets better and better and better on the long runs, trying to manage his tires. He is running the middle groove right now. Byron and Blaney trying to keep within close proximity behind the 5. 0.2 of a second right now is the difference between P1, P2. Byron led a lot of laps early when he had the clean air, but ever since Larson's gotten the lead, he has been hard to beat. Byron wiggles, middle of the corner. Blaney underneath him for second. Byron slides the rear of the car off turn 4, and Blaney keeps it off of him with a really low exit. Didn't side draft the 24 at all. It's going to be a tight angle for Blaney on the bottom into turns 1 and 2. He's going to slide up the racetrack, trying to take over second place. And he is clear off turn 2. Blaney in his highest position he has ran in all day. And speaking of which, Denny Hamlin up to 4th on the restart as he gets by his teammate Martin Truex Jr. And this is the first time we've seen Hamlin in the top 5 all day. So both Blaney and Hamlin running higher than they have in the running order all race. We'll see if Blaney's got anything for Larson. It's the fastest long run car versus the fastest short run car. The short run car has been Blaney and the long run car has been Larson. Hamlin to the inside of Byron. The adjustments made on the 11 car working well from the restart. Hamlin squeezes the 24 off turn 2 as they run side by side down the backstretch into 3 in the battle for 3rd. Hamlin sends it into the corner, more towards the middle before sliding up instead of all the way to the bottom, and he clears William Byron, who is going backwards off the restart. And maybe not the right adjustments made by Rudy Fugle and the crew chief from the 24 team, at least to start the stage, as he has fallen from 3rd now to 5th, it looks like. Truex will pass him in 1 and 2. Chase Elliott quickly underneath the 24 of Byron. And now Chase Elliott barely kept it off Byron off the exit of the corner. Pulls low to keep from Byron, trying to side draft them as they're side by side. Here's Dave Burns with Chase Briscoe.
Same thing all day long, or what was that happening there at the end?
Yeah, it was weird. You know, we were really, really tight kind of the whole race. And it was really going long run, just too tight on the short run. So that green flag run, trying to get on the other side of it. It was just extremely loose. I was hanging on kind of every lap of those last 5 to 10. And knew we weren't going to get the lucky dog. Was honestly just kind of cruising, trying to get to the caution there in a couple laps, and went into one. And I mean, it was like I hit ice. So, yeah, frustrating. Yeah. I think that's the first time I ever just crashed by myself. So embarrassing on that side. And of all the time for it to happen, that's not when we needed it to happen. So, yeah, just know what we got to do next week now. It was obviously a struggle to kind of pass the first race, and we'll open up our strategy a little bit now for next week. So, it's got to go learn to try to win. But, yeah, everybody says that they're all frustrated for their guys, but I'm definitely frustrated just because there's something that they had nothing to do with there. That was 100% on me, so got to get better.
Martinsville is his next shot, guys.
100% on him that he got the car in the wall because he was pushing hard, but his car did not have the grip it needed to have. And yes, he did wreck the car, but the team has to give him a better car, right? And be able to take the fight to these guys, and just did not have it today.
Daniel Suarez right there in the 99 in 7th place. Trying to look around the Hendrick duo of Chase Elliott and William Byron, 6th and 5th position. They're right on the back bumper, the 19 of Truex. Great action right here down into turn 1 and 2. Marty, what you got on the 24 here struggling?
About to lose another spot, Junior, and you're spot on. The car just way too tight for William Byron early in the run here. In fact, came on the radio a second ago as his teammate Chase Elliott looks underneath him, said just plowing tight early in this run.
Yeah, and that'll get worse because this track's just going to get tighter. It ain't going to get looser. You have to keep working on that race car, find a way to give him fire off speed. We've seen some teams do it. This 11 car, Denny Hamlin took off on this restart. They've improved his car really, really tight on the early runs for him early in the race.
Chase Elliott up to the 5th spot now as the 24 continues to fall back.
Yeah, the hope is he can maintain. Try not to lose too many positions here. Get a chance to work on this car again.
Daniel Suarez now looking to the inside of William Byron for position in turns 3 and 4 as Byron is dropping like a rock, and he'll lose that spot as Suarez is clear off the exit of the corner. Byron has fallen from 3rd to 7th on the restart. Ryan Blaney, after moving up to 2nd, has nothing for Kyle Larson. He is already 2 seconds off the race lead. Still in 2nd, and he's got about 1.6 seconds in between him and the 3rd place car behind him of Martin Truex Jr. Chase Elliott within about 0.7 of a second behind Truex himself right now. And, Denny Hamlin should be in 3rd right now. I don't know why he is scored in 5th on our leaderboard. But Denny Hamlin is in 3rd place. He is actually only 0.2 of a second behind Blaney. I don't know what's going on with our live leaderboard right now, but it's showing Denny Hamlin back a little further. I think something happened right before the commercial break, because now Hamlin lost a spot to Truex and Elliott, so a little bit off. Denny Hamlin is slow all of a sudden. Not sure if maybe he got into the wall. He was closing in fast behind Ryan Blaney, and he went in a little too hot into turn 1, lost the rear of the car, and smacked the outside wall. Great job saving the race car. The wall may have helped him just a bit, but obviously Hamlin way too loose and overcooked the entry to turn 1. Good thing he was on the outside already when he got up into the wall. It wasn't very vicious contact, but it has now dropped the 11 car back, and he has fallen from 3rd to 5th, and Suarez looking to make a pass on him off turn 2 for that 5th place position. 85 laps to go, coming to 84 to go now at the line. Larson continues to lead. Suarez to the inside of Hamlin through 3 and 4. Hamlin beats him back to the accelerator and holds on to the position. Full screen commercial break on NBC for those of you watching, and thanks for those of you listening live on KRC today. Hit that subscribe button if you haven't already, and hit the like button as well if you are enjoying the stream and enjoying the commentary throughout the course of today's event. The running of the Dixie Vodka 400. Again, the round of 8 for the Cup Series, race 2 in the round. Next weekend will be the elimination race and the penultimate race of the season at Martinsville, followed by the season finale at Phoenix for the championship the first weekend of November. RBLX Viper Demo Team, thanks for tuning in. Also, R&B Let It Go, as well as Drive for Diabetes Awareness Inc. Thanks for watching as well. Some of you for the first time I'm seeing in the chat. Again, hit that subscribe button. Hit the like button as well. We are still under 100 likes on the stream right now. 81 likes on the stream. That will help get these streams recommended as well to other people maybe trying to find any sort of output on the race today or just looking for something NASCAR related on YouTube. It helps the algorithm. So hit that like button, as we have almost 300 people watching, but only 82 likes. So hit the like button, subscribe again for more daily NASCAR content. I'm sure we'll be seeing many viewers tuning in with the F1 race coming to an end. The early NFL games have come to an end here within the last hour as well, and we are getting down to the finish of this one. Hamlin's starting to gain some of that time back after losing momentum by hitting the wall in turn 1, overrunning the corner when he was in third and quickly closing on Blaney for second. He has ran Chase Elliott down and is all over his back bumper on the front stretch. Byron in danger of losing another spot to yet another track-out Chevrolet as Ross Chastain is on the inside of him into turns 1 and 2. Chastain with the slide job will pull high. Byron lifts nearly in the wall, may have kissed it a bit in the middle of turns 1 and 2. And Harvick is going to get around the 24 as well. And Byron is now back to 10th place with about 80 laps to go this time by. And William Byron, again from 3rd to 10th, went the wrong way on adjustments for that 24 car during the stage break, which is very costly considering he came in 6 points below the cutoff line, scored 17 stage points today through stage 1 and stage 2 combined, but is now losing a bunch of positions. And with the drivers below the cutoff line, like Ryan Blaney running at second, that could be costly. It could narrow that points gap going into Martinsville next week, the way things are looking so far. Larson has dominated the day. He has won the first 2 stages, continues to lead the race by just over 4 seconds on the 12 car of Blaney. And barring any late race restarts really in this one, it's going to be tough to beat Kyle Larson. He has been on it from the word go, and really since about lap 27, 28 when he took the lead for the first time, outside of a restart where Byron got around him for a few laps, and then outside of green flag pit stops or Bell led a handful of laps, staying out longer than everybody else in the last stage, that Kyle Larson has led virtually every lap of the race. He's definitely going to lead over 200 laps the pace he's running right now. He's been running the wall a lot more in this stage as well, so we'll see. Going to go through the field. You'll listen to the NBC reporters as they do so.
Under the last caution, he said, listen to me. The track is going to go through a transition during this next run. Keep that in mind this entire run. Tell me what the car needs because we need to adjust to the racetrack or we may not win this thing, Kim.
Ryan Blaney currently running in the second position, and Dale Jr. noted what the fire-off speed they've had. Here today, and they knew that before they even started this race. I checked in with the team. They said we have great short run speed, feel really good about it. We just need to maintain during the long run. That hasn't been where we were strong this weekend, so hoping that they get a caution late in the race so that Blaney can use that good fire-off speed and they can take advantage of the short run. Mark Truex Jr. running right behind him in the third position, still with us on the season for the number 19 team, and I asked them today, have they come to terms with the fact that they may go winless on the season? And Chief James Paul told me that is not even in our psyche. We have not thought about that. We have 3 more races this year that we can potentially win, and today is just as good a shot as anybody. Right now, just a little bit free, Dave, on the 19 car.
Things are looking up right now for Chase Elliott. He's been running so close to the wall. Look at that. Alan Gustis and his crew chief told me we didn't do that much in practice because we weren't very good. I said, has he run well there in the past? He said, oh yeah, as recently as 2020 when we got blocked and then passed for the win. So Chase is very comfortable out there, but he's got to take care of the car during the day and then look at the data that he collects before he really starts charging up there. And Marty looks like he's doing it now.
Dave's save of the day goes to Denny Hamlin. I would say they freed that car up for Hamlin. Now the question is, how good will it be on the long run, which has really been their strength all evening long or all day long. Denny Hamlin hasn't said a word after that near wreck a moment ago, Kim.
Joey Logano running into 6th position. They have been working on their long run speed throughout the course of this race, trying to get it better. They feel good about the short run speed, and despite not being up front throughout the race, they still have a goal of winning this race. They said the benefit of winning here today, despite already being locked in the championship 4, is it keeps every other playoff team from getting their focus on Phoenix, Marty.
Kim Daniel Suarez coming back to the track where he won an Xfinity Series championship, and he told me earlier this week, I feel so at home in Miami, and I would say so. Right now, the best running trackhouse car, just in front of his teammate, Ross Chastain. He's saying the car a little bit too tight early in the run, Kim.
And too tight for Chastain as well, just needs more turn, and it's kind of a surprise race for Chastain. He's been so good at intermediates. Thought he was going to lead laps here today, only has gone 2 Martinsville, Marty.
Kevin Harvick at Miami, Kim, where he won a title, and he also leads all drivers in top fives, top tens, and average finish, showing why he's so good at this racetrack. They, too, very good on the longer run. He's been in the top 10 all day long. William Byron back as far as he's been all day long. In the 10th position, car extremely tight. Listen to the radio.
Man, it's terrible. You know about pilots. We just got to survive somehow, buddy. Do all you can for me.
Steve, Rudy Fugle trying to keep his driver in the game, telling him, hey, stick with it, but the car, a handful for Byron right now.
Yeah, well, still 72 laps to go in the race. You know, he knows the car's not good. And you look at the points, as Byron loses positions, he closes in on that cut line, currently +5 over Blaney, same over Hamlin. So, bad time to have a bad run, but only a few laps away. If you're going to stop twice, Rick, just past lap 200, we may see green flag pit stops when we return to Miami.
Side-by-side commercial break now for NBC as we are down to just 72. Make that 71 laps to go now as Kyle Larson continues his dominance, 6.5 seconds ahead of Ryan Blaney in second place. Martin Truex Jr. is in third right now. Chase Elliott fourth. Denny Hamlin will round out the top 5 in fifth. Joey Logano in sixth. Ross Chastain 7th. Daniel Suarez in 8th. Kevin Harvick in 9th. William Byron will round out the top 10. A.J. Allmendinger in 11th. Brad Keselowski has fallen back to 12th in Stage 3. Christopher Bell up to 13th. Austin Dillon 14th. Kyle Busch is 15th. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. in 16th. Austin Cindric 17th. Harrison Burton 18th. Chris Buescher, the last car in the lead lap, in 19th. And Eric Almirola is the first car lap down at 20th. Cole Custer in 21st. Michael McDowell in 22nd. Tyler Reddick 23rd. Corey LaJoie 24th. Noah Gragson 25th. Ty Gibbs in 26th, Ty Dillon in 27th, John Hunter Nemechek 28th, Justin Haley in 29th, Eric Jones is 30th, Landon Castle in 31st, Todd Gillen 32nd, J.J. Yeley in 33rd, Cody Ware 34th, B.J. McLeod 35th, and the only car out of the race today is Chase Briscoe after half spinning and overcorrecting into the wall in turns 1 and 2 at the end of Stage 2, brought out a caution for that incident. He is the only car out of the race, and obviously the lowest running of the playoff drivers thus far. Battle for position going on between Christopher Bell and Austin Dillon just outside the top 10 and 13th as Dillon is on the inside of Bell looking to take over that position. Bell has just not been right with that race car since Stage 1, where he was able to get at least a few stage points at the end of that stage, but from the start of Stage 2, that car has just not been great. Still on the lead lap, still trugging on. Maybe he can go off strategy. We'll see. NBC was talking about, the booth at least, was talking about a possible two-stop strategy in this stage. Remember, the stage is 20 laps longer in length than the second stage, which went basically caution-free all the way through. So if anybody was going to try to stop twice and divide it into thirds, they would have to pit between lap 203 and 205, and right now we're at lap 200 of 267, so that window will open up here in a few laps. We'll see if there will be any takers. Yeah, I'm old enough to see Dave race in NASCAR. I actually grew up a Blaney fan growing up, more so for watching his uncle Dale race locally, sprint cars. I live in Northwest Ohio, and Dale always raced. He was always my favorite growing up. So when Ryan Blaney was working his way up the NASCAR ranks in the early 2010s, and Biffle was getting towards the end of his career there in 2015, 2016, then Blaney's first full season in the Cup was Biffle's last full season in the Cup, so it was a good transition. I grew up a Greg Biffle fan for NASCAR. Always kind of rooted for Dave Blaney. He was never in competitive equipment outside of a half a season at RCR, but didn't perform particularly well there.
35 below the cut line. Would you not throw a Hail Mary here and say, hey, we're going to do it in two stops. Maybe we'll drag other people with us.
Well, I would say they need to do a Hail Mary, but I don't know if two stops is the Hail Mary. I think Richmond, while it looks nothing like Miami, has the same sort of tire wear, and we saw a lot of guys just chase the math. The math says pit in about 32, 33 laps on your tires, pit again in 33 laps. While it seems like having an extra pit stop is crazy, Rick, old tires are so slow. the extra laps on the new tires make up more time. Basically, it's a math equation. It's 5 to 8 seconds faster to pit twice. The negative, you're a lap down for a pretty good chunk, and it's easy for a lot of points, which all the playoff guys need, to slip away very quickly. So we're going to see who does what, Dave.
Martin Truex Jr. has just passed Ryan Blaney for second on the track as well.
Wouldn't jump at the two-stop strategy right away, and I kind of pressed him, and he goes, no, I just don't see a lot of time there. However, we have to run the race first. I have to see what the speed fall-off is during the run. I don't feel like I have to really throw a, quote, Hail Mary. So we'll see what they do, but based on where his points were, that wasn't the strategy he was definitely going to adhere to begin with. So, Marty?
Yeah, William Byron is right in front of him. I can tell you he wants to do 2 stops. Rudy Fugle told him a moment ago, give me a couple of more here, Steve. So he's going to have him run about 4 more laps. But William Byron struggling. Now he's back in 13th. He desperately wants to get the pit road.
So the magic...
9.1 seconds back is Truex of Kyle Larson. Larson back to almost the same dominance he had back in stage 1 at this point in the race. The battle really right now is for second, because if you look at our leaderboard on the channel right now, from where Truex is 9.4 seconds off the lead in second to back to really Ross Chastain in 7th place, they're only separated by 3.5 seconds. So it's pretty tight from 2nd through 7th right now after about 30-35 laps into this green flag run. Kyle Larson's on a whole nother level at this point, trying to get that 5 car in the Owners' Championship 4 with a win today. And even if he does, he's going to pick up a lot of points on the cutoff line, considering he already won the first 2 stages if he gets a good finish as well. As of right now, your playoff standings would have, again, Logano in. He is locked in at Phoenix after winning in Vegas last week. But Chase Elliott is the highest on points right now of the other 7. He is 19 points above the cutoff line. Ross Chastain is 12 points above the cutoff line. And with William Byron falling back to 13th and in danger of losing another spot to Bell, as Bell's side by side with Byron for 13th off the exit of turn 2. Byron is +2. If Bell gets around him, Byron will be just 1 point above the cutoff line over Denny Hamlin and 2 points ahead of Ryan Blaney. And then Bell is 33 back, and then Briscoe is 42 back. So those two mostly in a must-win situation. Byron coming into the pits for his scheduled potentially final stop of the race.
Strategy is now, he'll bring this car to the attention of Rudy Fugle, and more importantly, some adjustments. A car that ran up front earlier has fallen outside the top 10 with 61 to go. This could be an important adjustment, Marty, for the 24.
Pitted from 14th, Steve, and not quite to 60 to go, 61 to go. But William Byron couldn't handle it any longer. And the thing that's amazing to me is the massive swing this car went through. We played the radio earlier about how tight he was. He could barely drive it because it was so loose at the end of the run. You see cars continuing on the racetrack, and that's the question. How many follow William Byron?
Oh, no.
Look at that. They're going to have to tighten the left front. They have to jack it up, Steve. You have to get that wheel nut on while it's up. And now he killed the car. Now he stalled it, fires it back up. A disastrous pit stop for William Byron.
Left front tire changer did not get the lug nut secured on the 24 of William Byron, so he had to back into a stall, and then he stalled it out while he was in the box trying to take off the second time. And despite short pitting, a very slow stop for Byron could be in danger of going a lap down when the field cycles through. Joey Logano now also on pit road along with Reddick and Custer.
Problem here, another green flag stop.
Oh, and now Jackman having troubles on the right side of Logano's car. He was in 6th.
Now if I'm a crew chief waiting to call my crew in, I'm scared to death. 2 guys, 2 bad stops. All right, guys, take a deep breath. Nothing special here. Let the strategy work out. We don't have to press. Sometimes pitting under green, you think you need to try harder. This is the one that's going to gain
Blaney
attention.
is in.
Now Blaney and Chase Elliott have come
Chase
to pit
Elliott's
road.
in also.
Decision time for the 5, but first pit stops, Kim.
And they told the team, make a clean stop. They paid attention to what happened. This was their goal all day long. Have clean stops every single stop. Blaney just needs more grip in the rear over the long run. Air pressure doesn't ding for Ryan Blaney.
And we got a clean stop here for Chase Elliott. Good on the right side, around to the left side. Now Chase hit his marks perfectly. Sunoco fuel going in. That looked pretty good.
Yeah.
9.8 seconds stop was pretty fast for Blaney. Truex is in now along with Chastain. Chastain might have been speeding. He came in hot, locked the tires up. We'll have more on that in a little bit.
Has been complaining about front turn. He just doesn't have any on either end of the racetrack. They did take an air pressure adjustment. 4 tires Sunoco fuel for Ross Chastain. As you see, Martin Truex Jr. there at the bottom finishing his stuff. And Blaney looks like
Oh, Blaney! Blaney has just spun, leaving the pit lane. Caution is out. And that is going to trap the 12-car lap down, as well as everybody else who had already made their stop. Blaney leaving the pits, spun on the access road. And that is going to trap a ton of cars a lap down right now. On our leaderboard right now, it's showing only 13 cars on the lead lap. And we have multiple playoff drivers trapped a lap down as a result. There were some that were in the pits that didn't lose a lap yet. Like potentially Truex and Chastain, they might be the leaders on the restart. It'll be interesting to see how this cycles through. The yellow's out with 56 laps to go. Just our third caution for incident today and our fourth caution total. I think he pulled the same thing Denny Hamlin did back at Phoenix in the spring, where he might have just missed a shift when he was getting up to speed and ended up losing control on the access road. Well, that's a bummer. He was making up so many points on Byron losing positions. Now, the only thing is both Blaney and Byron are going to be a lap down. Byron back at 20th, Blaney at 16th by the time he was able to regather his car. They're showing the replay right now. Yeah, I mean, he just looped it in the access road and ended up in the grass on the bottom of the track. They had to throw the caution because there were cars behind him leaving the pits. Like Elliott was on the access road, he was backing it up, and yeah, they had to throw the caution even though he was well out of the way there for cars getting up to speed. Man. That's the second mistake that Ryan Blaney has made from a driver standpoint just in these last two races in this round. Thanks for some of the other newer viewers coming in over recent laps at Curse Studios. I saw Peter Conover in the chat a little bit ago for the first time. Jenny LOL, thanks for tuning in. Mike Charlton. And the Long Pig Chef also welcome into the stream. Just over 300 people watching. We're under caution for the fourth time today. We'll have pit stops for everybody who was still on the track and did not make a green flag stop. Caution, in the middle of green flag pit stops, Ryan Blaney spun out on the access road, leaving the pits. Try to get up to speed. Larson will lead him in, and this is a chance for drivers to try to gain on the 5-car again.
And the first one that will see action, Dave.
Christopher Bell's team was committed to a one-stop strategy in the stage. They can get to the end with fuel from here, so we'll see what happens. They have, obviously, tires left. Christopher said, I need to roll the center better, Marty.
Kyle Larson was so close, Dave, to coming to pit road there. Got back out on the racetrack. He actually asked Cliff Daniels, did we hurt ourselves in that process? Cliff said, nope, you're still the leader car. Very good for him. For Denny Hamlin, he said the car was tight, but once he lost that rear grip and slid up the racetrack, he said, I lost all the rear at that moment. And he said, the biggest thing we have to do is be good on the short run.
Kyle Larson wins the race off of pit road again, but I believe Ross Chastain and Martin Truex Jr. will be the leaders on the restart. And that is because they were on pit road when the caution had already come out. And the race leader at the time, Kyle Larson, did not get back around to lap them before the yellow wave, so that froze the field. So I'm thinking that Truex and Chastain are going to be 1 and 2 on the restart, and Larson will be 3. And that seems to be the case on our leaderboard as well. So this is a chance. They've got the track position on Larson now with a timely yellow. I mean, couldn't be any more perfect. Not only it wipes away Larson's 9-second lead, but now Larson's not even the leader anymore. He's had the car to beat, and it's about ready. We are about ready to get back to green here very soon. Emma Carter, Six Master, also welcome into the stream. He's pulling for Ross. A win by any playoff driver not named Joey Logano will advance them into the championship 4. Kyle Larson still racing for an owner's championship in that 5-car. He is in this round. And a points deficit coming in, but then ended up winning the first 2 stages. Even if he doesn't win and gets, let's say, a top 5 finish, he's going to cut in quite a bit on that points gap, especially with some of those other drivers getting trapped a lap down, like William Byron, Ryan Blaney, and those Chase Elliott as well. Now, I will say that those guys did take the wave around. So Logano, Elliott, Kyle Busch, Ryan Blaney, Austin Cindric, William Byron, Harrison Burton, Noah Gragson, they all took the wave around. They had already pitted. They went a lap down. Then the caution came out. But because they pitted, they could stay out. They're going to have to restart, though, behind every lap car in the field on the restart, as well as the lead lap cars, obviously. And for Blaney's sake, he was in second or third pretty much this entire stage, so he lost a lot of track position. Chase Elliott was hovering around 5th and 6th the entire final stage, and he's lost time. Byron even was in 13th. He lost a little bit of time. But Byron gets lucked out, though, at the same time, too, because, yeah, he has to take the wave around, but he would have lost a lot more track position if that had cycled through because of his slow stop, both on his crew and then also on him stalling the car out trying to leave the pit box as well. That was just a complete driver and team mishap. One of the more costly pit stops we've seen in the playoffs thus far for a playoff team trying to still race for the championship. Beat the best, you have to have 100% focus, no mistakes, hands steady, hit your marks, yep. Well, for a driver and team standpoint, for sure. Again, Briscoe, the only playoff driver out of the race right now. That's because he had wrecked at the end of stage 2, got a little loose, overcorrected it into the wall, damaged the control arm on the right front of that race car. Had to pull it in the garage. There's no way to repair that within the 10-second damaged vehicle policy clock, so he is done for the day, and I believe still to this point, with just 52 laps to go, the only car out of the race. And I'll knock on wood here real quick because we're heading to a late race restart, and we know the trend cautions breed cautions. We'll see how these guys will go. We have had just 4 cautions all day today, 3 for incident. Martin Truex Jr. will elect the outside lane on the restart. He'll be the leader, and then Ross Chastain will be on the inside of row 1. Row 2, Hamlin on the bottom. Kyle Larson up high. Hamlin was looking fast towards the start of that last run before he got really loose and lost control. If he can keep control of that car and maintain his tires, does he have maybe anything for Larson? Will the track position, the clean air, be enough for Truex or Chastain to potentially get the win? Truex still winless this year. If we see another new winner, we'll have 20 on the season, breaking an all-time NASCAR record. Into the Geico restart zone. Green flag, back of the air. Truex getting a launch. Chastain getting the push from Denny Hamlin as they head into turn 1. It'll be the 19, a nose out ahead of the 1. Hamlin going to the inside, 3 wide. Chastain and Truex make contact up high as Hamlin is going to take the lead. What a move by the 11 of Denny Hamlin as Chastain got a little too aggressive, crowding the 19 and left the bottom wide open. Denny Hamlin out in front from 3rd to 1st in turn 1 on the restart as the 19 and the 1 made contact above him. Larson's losing time behind those guys as Keselowski and Harvick are now going to get by him. Harvick actually could not clear Larson. Larson will hold on to 5th on the back straightaway, but now has the 6 in front of him. Harvick side drafted Larson enough, stays alongside of Kyle Larson. Really the first time Larson's been in this heavy of traffic all day. It'll be interesting to see how his car handles. Harvick slides up the track, has to lift to keep it off the 5, and Larson again is going to clear him on the back straightaway. Side by side for second again, though, between Chastain and Truex. Truex chasing the 1 down the racetrack, trying to pinch him off in the middle of 3 and 4, as Denny Hamlin on the outside trying to hold his track position. He's a little loose, spinning the rear wheels a bit more than those 2 cars behind him. Truex clears Chastain for second. Truex had the fastest car other than Kyle Larson pretty much on the long run, so we'll see if he can maybe run down the 11 of Hamlin. And Hamlin obviously looking for a win to lock himself into the championship 4. Still searching for that first career championship. Larson, who's back in traffic and has had the fastest car all day, trying to find his way past the top 4 in front of him. He's currently on the inside of on the inside of Brad Keselowski in the middle of 3 and 4. Keselowski holds clear by about the start-finish line on the front straightaway. Still 47 laps to go. There is time for Larson. Keselowski going to pitch the 5-car off down on the bottom as Larson may have clipped that white line with the left side tires as he couldn't go any lower in the middle of the corner without risk of spinning out. Truex within a tenth of a second behind Denny Hamlin into 3 and 4. Put the pressure on. Truex to the inside. Hamlin up high. Hamlin beats the 19 back to the throttle and off the exit of turn 4. Truex is going to have to dive right back in line behind him. No, he will not. He'll side draft him enough. They're still side by side into turn 1. Truex going for the lead again. He's clear. He pulls high in the middle of turns 1 and 2. And Martin Truex Jr. leads for the first time today with 47 to go. Chastain back there in third, right in line behind these two. And the more these cars battle ahead, the better it is for Kyle Larson. They're going to use their tires up. And Larson, again, who has had the fastest car all day, especially in the long run, is going to have more and more of a chance of catching up. Larson's so close to that wall, closer than any other driver inside the top 10 in the middle of 3 and 4. He gets a run on Brad Keselowski for position. He'll dive bomb to the bottom in 1 and 2 for 4th. Side by side. Larson ran the bottom well when trying to pass lap cars, and even Byron on the restarts a couple different occasions earlier was doing a pretty good job. He's still on the inside of Keselowski. Couldn't clear him off 2. We'll try it again into 3. Side drafts him. Gonna look to slide up. He's clear in the middle. Will he be clear when he pulls up, though, off the exit? He is going to be able to, and Larson is now up to 4th. Keselowski looking for the crossover. Chastain and Hamlin are side by side for 2nd place into turn 1. Chastain throws it off into the corner. He's going to clear Denny Hamlin in the center. Can he run down the 19 of Martin Truex Jr.? They're 4/10 of a second off the lead. Keselowski nearly crossing Larson back over. Almost clear off turn 2. And had to give up that spot to Larson, who just barely kept his nose on the outside of the 6 to keep him from clearing. And Larson is going to have the acceleration off turn 4. Or nearly, may have actually gotten in the wall there. Because Keselowski stayed underneath. There was definitely a hiccup whether Larson hit the wall or not. In the corner, he throws a block. Contact made as Larson hangs onto the race car into turn 1, trying to keep the 6 at bay behind him. And nearly turned himself going into turn 1, trying to throw the block. Costed Larson a little bit of time. He's a 1.5 off the lead, about 4/10 of a second behind Hamlin in 3rd. Martin Truex Jr. is the lead. Elliott might have been the first car a lap down to get the free pass. Even if he didn't, he got the wave around. Either way. Still back at 14th. Highest running of those that had to take the wave around or the free pass was awarded to him during that last caution. Truex out to a 7/10 of a second lead over Ross Chastain. Larson 1.8 seconds back, as far back in the running order as he has been today in 4th. Larson on the inside of Hamlin, but can't stay alongside of him off the exit of turn 4. Larson's got to be abusing his tires trying to get around these guys too. Is he even going to have anything for Truex? 5 Crew's been good on pit road though too, so if we get another late race caution and we see pit stops, I would like to think that he is going to have a good shot of trying to get some spots back. Got a side-by-side battle going on for 5th between A.J. Allmendinger and Brad Keselowski. Allmendinger looking down low. He's been quietly in the top 10 the whole race. Him being the 16. Preferred lane up high, though. It's very difficult to pass on the bottom. Really have to complete the pass in the middle of the corner and slide up, hoping you're clear of the car on the outside. Keselowski battling back down to the bottom. Larson loses time to Hamlin in the corner again. Hamlin went down to the bottom to gap the 5. More side-by-side action into 3. Allmendinger clears the 6. Looks to go high in the center of the corner, and he has the spot. And Larson again closing on Denny Hamlin, running the middle lane as Hamlin's up near the wall through 3 and 4. They're over 2 seconds off the lead, and Truex has a full second over Chastain in 2nd. Playoff drivers as of right now would have Ross Chastain in 2nd, Denny Hamlin 3rd. Kyle Larson actually has just cleared Hamlin. So Kyle Larson up to 3rd place. Denny Hamlin now in 4th. Again, Chastain's still at second. A.J. Allmendinger is fifth. Brad Keselowski in sixth. Austin Dillon in seventh. Kevin Harvick in eighth. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. up to ninth place. First time he's been in the top 10 today. And Joey Logano rounds out the top 10 in 10th. Kyle Larson up to third, trying to run down the top two. Can he pull off the charge? Can Truex end this long losing skid and get his first win of 2022? Again, if Truex can hang on to win, he'll be the 20th different winner this season. Larson may have gotten into the wall in 3 and 4, actually. I think he might have lost a bit more time. That's the second time he has nearly, if not did get in the wall in 3 and 4 since the restart. Getting a little too aggressive, now trying to pinch Hamlin off down on the bottom of the track as Hamlin tries to get back around him in 1 and 2 and is unable to do so. Larson hangs on to his position. He's 2.9 seconds off the lead and really needs to run some clean laps. He's running out of time, 37 laps to go. Making too many mistakes overdriving the car and trying to pass these other drivers for position, even after he passed them, just to try to run consecutive great laps to try to run down the 1 and the 19. I think he's just got to let the car come to him, and he'll have a shot. Hamlin to the middle, down underneath the Larson. Allmendinger nearly making it 3 wide down on the inside, and Allmendinger's got to run on the 11 car now for 4th place off of turn 2. If those two get to racing, Larson should be able to pull away from Hamlin and Allmendinger, I would have to think. 16, taking a peek low again underneath Hamlin. Hamlin's been a little loose on the long run the last couple of runs. And now it is side-by-side for 4th. Allmendinger side drafts Denny Hamlin. Playoff points as we run with 36 laps to go. Logano, again, in. He won at Las Vegas. Chastain, who is in second, is 18 points to the good. Chase Elliott is only 9 points to the good as we run right now. He is back in 14th. Denny Hamlin and William Byron are tied for the final spot above the cutoff line as of right now. And then Ryan Blaney is 13 points below the cutoff line. Blaney's actually just past Byron, so now Byron's -1, Hamlin +1. Bell -31, Briscoe -41. Likely must-win situations going into Martinsville next week. Based off of where they're running, Christopher Bell was my win pick. He is currently in 12th. Again, that is the playoff standings as we run with 35 laps to go. Well, 350 people in the chat. Be sure to hit that like button, subscribe for more daily NASCAR content. Getting into the finish of this race, Larson is starting to run down Chastain and Truex as of right now. Allmendinger has just passed Denny Hamlin for position. Hamlin not going to be able to cross him over 1 and 2, so AJ up to 4th place. Has never won on an oval in the NASCAR Cup Series. And Allmendinger, not bad. Larson, 34.1 second lap that last lap. He was about 3/10 quicker than Truex, who was the leader with the clean air. The problem is Larson's going to have to pass Chastain, and we know that's going to be difficult. That could cost him more time as well. He's down to just 33 laps to go as you're watching or listening to the Dixie Vodka 400 live on KRC, the round of 8 race number 2 and the third to last race of the season for the NASCAR Cup Series. Another 34.1 second lap time for Kyle Larson. That last lap, he's pretty much consistently running 34.1s. He's getting closer to Ross Chastain. It's going to put him in the dirty air. It is very tough to tell if Larson's actually hitting the wall off turn 4. The few times he has gotten extremely close. He is definitely a bit higher than the one of Chastain in front of him. Chastain is actually going to go to the bottom now, which is going to give Larson some clean air in the middle of the corner. That's what Larson needed to try to get a run on those 2 cars in front of him. Larson a bit slower that last lap than Truex, and that was mainly because he nearly got the wall off of turn 4, had to lift. Larson to the outside of Chastain into 3 and 4. Chastain continues to give up that outside lane. Larson will blow around him and clear him off turn 4. Larson's up to second with 31 laps to go, and he's 1.9 seconds off the lead. Can Truex hang on, or will Kyle Larson be able to run him down? And can Larson maintain the pace he is running right now? Is Truex maybe running 2 to 3 tenths of a second slower lap in hopes that his tires are going to be able to hold up a bit longer than Larson's throughout the course of the run. Here we go. Live stream the World Series? No, this is just a NASCAR Center channel. No, I don't live stream other sports. One and a half second lead right now for Truex over Kyle Larson during the commercial break. Chastain in third, 2.1 seconds off the lead. Hamlin has battled back past A.J. Allmendinger again for fourth. But he's 4.9 seconds back right now. Larson's really the only one that has anything speed-wise for Truex. Should say it's the other way around, but Larson's the one in second now after fading back on that last restart. And Truex, although not initially getting the lead on the restart from Chastain, did get held up a bit after the contact and then the 11 getting ahead of both of them. 19 cars on the lead lap as of right now as well. Michael McDowell, first car lap down. As of right now, if we were to get another late race caution. Our last restart took place with about 52 laps to go in this race. And again, we've only had 4 cautions today, 3 for incident. You never know what could happen. Seen a lot of drivers make some incredible saves. Reddick at times today. Briscoe before eventually overcorrecting it. Just a few laps later after making a save. Denny Hamlin made a great save in this final stage as well at the start. Keselowski running down the 16 car for 5th place again, looking for a top 5. Austin Dillon right behind him, who has had a great day. I mentioned he started 31st. He got up to 7th before the end of stage 1. And has pretty much ran 7th or 8th the entire race since then. So credit to Austin Dillon for having a great day despite starting deep in the field. After not having a great car in practice and qualifying yesterday. Kind of roles reversed compared to him and his teammate Tyler Reddick, as Reddick was up at the front at the very beginning, qualified well, was 4th at the end of stage 1, and he's actually a lap down in 25th, 2 laps down rather in 25th right now. He has completely fallen off compared to where he was, and is well off of his teammate on speed. Reddick was just battling way too loose of conditions throughout the course of this race. One and a half seconds is the difference between P1 and P2, 26 laps to go. We know Larson's going to be riding that wall as much as he possibly can. Will he make a mistake? He knows he's got a faster car than Truex. Truex trying to hold on. We're setting up for a good finish once Larson gets to Truex, because Truex has a competitive race car, even if it's not as fast as the 5, and it has been very difficult to pass. I think Chastain gave up the top knowing that Larson had a faster car, was probably eventually going to get around him.
The 19 is downshifting, and he is being really hard on his rears right now. To beat him, you take care of yours, and you keep your pace up. You're doing great.
Oh, Larson in the wall off turn 2. He got a little too loose and hung out the rear of the car. Very lightly scraped it, but he goes backwards a couple tenths of a second in that corner alone. It went from 1.5 seconds off the lead to 1.7. Leader starting to get into lap traffic as well. Lap car running the outside lane in front of Larson that time. And now rolls to the bottom. That's going to give Larson a little bit more clean air again. 24 laps to go in this race. Larson is on the edge of control right now. Pushing as hard as he can. Harder than he probably has all race leading up to this point. Chastain 4 seconds back. He's 4 seconds ahead of Hamlin, but he's also 4 seconds off the race lead. Running no man's land in third. Looking at another top 3 performance to start the round after finishing runner-up at Vegas last weekend. Second and a half off the lead again as Larson quickly getting those couple tenths back that he lost a couple laps ago. Trouble! Reddick hard into the inside wall. Caution off of turn 4, I believe. Huge hit for Tyler Reddick, and that's going to bring out our 5th caution of the race. Mentioned a couple laps ago, he has been very loose all day, and I think he finally lost it. Heavy impact into the inside wall. Window net is still up. I think he's trying to drive away, but his rear tires are flat right now. Can't tell if that's turn 2 or turn 4. I thought it was turn 4, but It might be turn 2. Hard into the inside wall, though, goes Tyler Reddick after a spin off the exit of a corner. We've got a late race yellow. Window net is down now on Reddick. And he is getting out of the car. Caution is out late at Homestead, and we'll have a restart with a little less than 20 laps to go by the time everything gets cleaned up down there. And it was off turn 2, which has been Calamity Corner today. Barely kept it off the outside wall, but headed straight for the inside wall, and he hit head on. Tried to lock all 4 tires up, but that was a hard impact into an awkward angle wall. It's angled that way for the safety trucks on the backstretch. Either way, he was going to go head on into the wall, even if he didn't hit that wall. This is going to be a race. Yes, it is. Larson versus Truex, and now everybody else back in it again behind him. We'll probably be seeing pit stops. It'll be interesting to see if anybody stays out. Who pits? Who stays out? Does anybody stay out? We're going to have less than 20 laps to go. Truex is going to lead the field in, and here are the reports.
Here, Mark Truex Jr. in front, Kim.
And we'll follow the stops first. Ross Chastain.
Oh, Truex spins in the pits. He's backwards in his pit box, and now they have to fuel the car the wrong way. This is going to cost Truex a shot to win. The jack is falling over. The team is scrambling right now. I don't know if there was contact, but Truex has just spun on pit road.
Truex Jr. not what they needed here late in the race, Marty.
Boy, pit road has been crazy today, Kim. Denny Hamlin said, I cannot get off the corner, especially turn 4, 2 free on exit. Kyle Larson with a quick stop by the 5 bunch. You can tell by the confidence in Larson's voice, he was going to get Martin Truex Jr., but with the Truex spin on pit road, Larson gains a spot here.
Larson wins the race off pit road with Truex spinning out, trying to get into his box. He had contact from Kyle Larson, which sent the 19 around. Kyle Larson got into the back of the 19 to Truex, which spun Truex out coming into the pit box. He somehow slid right into his box, but obviously it's going to cost Truex every position really on the lead lap. He's going to be outside the top 20 now. Yeah, luckily nobody got hurt. Nobody got hit from the 19. He spun right into his box.
So, yeah, so that's what I'm looking at. The 19 car didn't turn and blend toward the stall like he typically would, as if he might have realized that he was actually going by the stall. You would never really turn in that late, so I wonder if Martin actually drove up on the stall.
Wow! The jack went flying.
And notice this, or realize this, at the very last minute, slows down really quickly. The 5, he can't do anything about it. Ends up turning him around.
And I have to ask myself, as the sun starts to set, you're driving down pit road, looking into the sun, looking for your pit stall. Just wonder if he kind of lost track of where he was. Because I'm with you, Junior. Like, see all the other cars like the 1. You kind of blend left and then turn in. The 19, when he does get spun, I'm not sure he would have made the pit stall. Even anyway, there's no way he would have made it into his own pit stall.
Right. I think he's actually maybe missed his pit stall. Just about missed it. Recognize it at the last second.
And if you're Larson, it's your job to be right on the rear bumper of that car in front of you. Watch the rear tires on the 19 car. Because you heard Larson say he thought he locked his tires up.
See, Martin the steering in Martin's car, though, is really subtle. It's not like a freak, reaction to missing your... I think Martin, maybe Martin turned it in there thinking everything's okay. But it was just... Martin wanted to do a 90-degree turn into his stall, and you need to blend a little sooner so you don't get run over, Marty.
Yeah, Cliff Daniels continuing to coach his driver, Kyle Larson. He said, no doubt, he hit the brakes in front of me. And Cliff Daniels saying he would have gone 2 to 3 stalls past his own stall. There was no way he was going to make his stall. So trying to calm his driver down a little bit and reassure him, hey, that was just a mistake on their part, not your part.
Yeah, I just need to hear what this 19 team's opinion is about that.
I was going to say, it seems like conflicting opinions right now between the Larson crew and the Truex crew.
And frown on his face, doesn't look happy
Gibbs looks
about what just
ticked.
took place.
It was definitely
Joe Gibbs is
a
arguing with
freak
the official
situation,
right
nothing
now.
we have seen very often. Thank goodness for how dangerous it is, but definitely seems like a stack up of events. I'm not sure there was any ill intent on the 5. Kim, what are you hearing?
Yeah, I checked in with the team. I didn't hear anything on the radio from Martin in terms of not seeing his sign or his box, and so I asked, and they point blank said, no, the 5 spun us. So no indication from the 19 team that they feel like they were going to miss their box, despite how far out they were from
Larson's,
the pit stalls. They think it was
Toyota versus Larson round 2 coming up.
Good to go. That's the 19. They have every right to their opinion. I'm not sure if I see it exactly that way. But such is competition.
And remember, the rule is you can drive through 2 pit stalls before you go into your pit stall, but you can't drive through 3. So normally drivers will be already in a pit stall that is in front of theirs. And Martin Truex Jr. was almost beside the pit stall that he was trying to get into right when he got hit.
Without a doubt, he's way far deep into the pit stall before he started to turn in. But I'm just looking at Martin's steering wheel. There was no sort of oh no reaction. You know, his steering wheel was very subtle to turn in, so maybe in his opinion he was going to be fine. He certainly turned in really late, and you would want to fade left to get yourself out of any situation where the 5 might hit you. And if you got those guys on your bumper, you cannot slow down your pace in lane in front of them and expect not to get hit.
So Martin Truex Jr. now shuffles back out in 19th.
Ouch.
As they get ready for the choose. And Larson will restart on the outside of now Denny Hamlin, who will make up row 1.
Well, you heard it right there. Austin Dillon quietly up to 3rd, ladies and gentlemen. He'll be on the inside of row number 2. Chastain will be on the outside. You heard from Rick Allen that Kyle Larson has elected the outside lane for the restart. Denny Hamlin down low. And here we go. Larson had troubles on the last restart, but he was boxed in line in the 2nd row. But he also has lost the lead on a restart from the front row earlier today. He's had 2 restarts that have gotten away from him. If he lets one get away now, it might be race over because it took him a while to try to get back to Truex. Still didn't even get to him when the caution came out. He was a 1.5 off the lead still. But again, Martin Truex Jr. spinning on pit road after contact with the 5 of Kyle Larson. We'll be heading to the restart with just 17 laps to go to decide the winner of this race. Following our 5th caution of the day, and remember the caution was out for Reddick spinning off turn 2, hitting the wall head on. Credit to the officials for getting that cleaned up pretty quickly. I didn't feel like this caution took very long. Well, here we go. Will this be the final restart? Hamlin, Larson on the front row. Trip to the championship race on the line for the 5 team in the Owners' Championship for Hamlin and the drivers. And also for Chastain and the drivers, who's behind Larson on the front row, giving him a great push. Green flag back in the air. Hamlin having to block the 3 of Dillon, gets hit from behind. That's going to allow Larson to try to pull low and clear. Hamlin sends it into the corner. After the push from the 3, Larson is all clear. And Hamlin will slide up in front of Ross Chastain. Now thought better of it. Chastain with a run on the back straightaway. Hamlin blends in line behind Chastain. Chastain sends it into the corner down in front of Denny Hamlin. Now he washes up towards the outside. Hamlin getting squeezed by Ross Chastain. Hamlin will stay off the wall. That's going to cost him a lot of time. Larson's pulling away now as he leads the first lap following the restart. Hamlin and Chastain going at it for 2nd. Harvick out of nowhere up to 4th. Mr. Where did he come from? Is now on the inside of Chastain for 3rd place off of turn number 2. Side by side for 3rd down the back between the 1 and the 4. Allmendinger with a run, looks low. Harvick trying to squeeze him. It's a mess outside the top 10 right now. A lot of 3-wide racing going on. Back around Truex, Blaney, Logano, Bell. Michael McDowell in the mix. Aggressive moves being made, both with blocks and dive bombs going into the corner on the inside. Martin Truex Jr. has worked his way up to 13th on the restart already. He was in 19th. Ross Chastain, AJ Allmendinger side by side for 3rd. Austin Dillon right behind him. Denny Hamlin 0.4 of a second behind Larson for the lead. 14 laps to go for Kyle Larson. Allmendinger has cleared Ross Chastain into turn 1 for third. Allmendinger quickly now to the inside of Denny Hamlin, who had a little mishap in the middle of the corner. A.J. Allmendinger going for second on the inside of Hamlin. Chastain boxed in line with nowhere to go but to try the middle lane, and they're going to be 3 wide in the middle of the corner. Chastain sends it in front of Denny Hamlin, makes the pass on the 11, and Hamlin nearly gets into the wall on the outside in the dirty air. Hamlin had a hiccup going into the corner, which costed him so much time to allow the 16 and the 1 to both get around him. An aggressive move by both drivers that panned out. And now Chastain and Allmendinger going for second again, as Larson is not really pulling away as much as what he has earlier on in the race. A.J. Allmendinger going down to the bottom of the racetrack. Chastain to the top, may have a shot to take over second going into 1. Chastain's going to have a run, darts low. Allmendinger does not block. Run was too big for the 16 to try to make a block. Chastain down to the bottom will take second over again. Will Ross Chastain have a shot to get to Kyle Larson in the 5? I don't think there's any major nose damage on the 5 of Larson after getting into the back of Truex in the pits, but we'll see. He's got the clean air advantage. He's going to be up on the wall. Everybody else going to have to go down underneath him. Chastain in the middle. Allmendinger down to the white line. Larson going to slide off of turn 4. Keeps it off the wall. They merge on the front straightaway. 11 laps to go for Larson. Allmendinger loses a bit of ground to Ross Chastain. Larson going to the middle groove this time. He's going off the wall through 1 and 2. That's going to allow Chastain to try to get a run down the back straightaway. Bill Bilton, thanks for tuning in. Thanks for everybody watching. Over 400 people down in the chat. And we're coming to 10 laps to go, this time by at Homestead. Chastain trying to make it to the championship 4 with a win. And Kyle Larson trying to make it to the championship 4 for the Owners' Championship with a win. Allmendinger trying to go for his first win in a part-time season in the Cup Series in the 16. He'll be running full-time next year for Kaulig Racing in that 16 car. Chastain trying to pinch off the 16 side by side off turn 2 again. That's going to help Larson as they side draft each other in the back straightaway. Martin Truex Jr. has quickly driven back in the top 10 as he is up to 8th. Chastain on the defense, and now Larson's really getting away through 3 and 4. Is running a lot closer to the wall than either of the 2 cars back behind him, who are still battling for second. They've been side by side for a full lap now. 0.7 of a second lead for Larson as the 16 and the 1 are using their stuff up, battling for position amongst each other. Chastain looking for every point possible. Allmendinger slams the door shut off turn 2 and holds on to second. Will they have anything for Larson if they can just get away from each other? The problem is that they keep crossing each other over and they're not getting away from each other. Chastain back to the inside of Allmendinger. Allmendinger scrapes the wall slightly off turn 4. Lost the car a little bit. He goes down the track trying to side draft the 1 again. What a battle for second. Allmendinger with a little bit of a mistake is going to open that door up for Chastain to get him back in 1 and 2, and he's all clear. 0.9 of a second off the lead from Kyle Larson. Austin Dillon has made a pass on Denny Hamlin for 4th meanwhile. A couple laps ago that was made. Chastain in the wall now in 3 and 4 as he overruns the corner, and Allmendinger going to get back alongside of him again. Not quite. Chastain's got to be careful. He's 17 points above the cutoff line right now. If he gets into the wall too hard, it ends his day. He may be below the cutoff line going into Martinsville, where right now he's looking comfortable. So although you want to try to get to Larson and win, he's battling the 16 a little too much right now. Remember, the 16 of Allmendinger got spun by Ross Chastain at Coda in a battle for the win. These two going for second are all over each other. They're the best battle for position we've seen all day today. They're both making mistakes. They're somehow staying in front of Austin Dillon by about a full second still. And they're still only a second behind Larson. You would think Larson's further ahead with how hard that the 1 and the 16 have been battling each other right now. Bad Mooney, 6 for tuning in also. Chastain gaps A.J. Allmendinger on both ends of the racetrack that last lap. He's 0.8 of a second off the lead from Kyle Larson and is really trying to run him down. But he's running out of time. 5 laps to go. Still a second off the lead in the middle of turns 1 and 2. Allmendinger down to the bottom. Chastain to the middle that time. Lap car. Going to move out of the way. Cody Ware losing another lap on the bottom of the racetrack. 4 laps to go now for Larson. Denny Hamlin may have made a mistake as he's going to lose a couple spots to Keselowski and Truex. That's a couple points. Byron only +4 on Hamlin right now. Hamlin ended up getting in the wall in the middle of the corner. And turns 3 and 4 the last lap, which gave up 2 spots. Hamlin now back to 7. Truex up to 6, battling Keselowski for 5th place. Truex now making a mistake. He loses Truex, and Hamlin pulls back alongside of him again. Two laps to go, this time by for Kyle Larson, hoping to get to the white flag. Hamlin with the slide job on his teammate Truex. Could not pull it off. Kevin Harvick in the 4, as well as Kyle Busch closing in on the 11 and the 19. Chastain is now a 2.5 seconds back of Kyle Larson, losing time. Allmendinger putting the charge back on for Chastain for 2nd place again, down to the inside. Chastain a bit off the wall through turns 1 and 2. Larson into 3 and 4 now, trying to get to the white flag. Allmendinger just a hair lower than Ross Chastain. Chastain not all the way up against the wall, though, at the same time either. White flag is in the air. 1 lap to go for Kyle Larson. Final lap of the race. He's got a 1.2 second lead over Chastain. Lap traffic in the way of that battle for 2nd right now, and Allmendinger has to drop back in line behind Chastain. He's going to have 1 more shot to get around him for position. And I'm sure Allmendinger is going to try to send it. They dive into turns 3 and 4. Kyle Larson ahead. There's a little smoke at the bottom of the racetrack. Not sure what that was from, but checkered flag is going to wave anyway. Kyle Larson is going to win, and the 5 car is going to the Owners' Championship in Phoenix. 3rd race win of the season for Larson. Ross Chastain is going to finish a close 2nd to A.J. Allmendinger. Austin Dillon in 4th. Brad Keselowski will round out the top 5. Truex in 6th, Hamlin 7th, Kevin Harvick in 8th, Kyle Busch 9th, and Daniel Suarez will round out the top 10 tonight at Homestead. Stay tuned for the post-race show. Hit that subscribe button if you have not already, and hit the like button as well. Helps me out a ton. But definitely subscribe. 70% of viewers on this channel over the last 28 days are not subscribed to the channel, so hit the subscribe button. For sure, you guys are watching, which I appreciate it, but hit that subscribe button. Probably going to have something of an interview, to say the least. I would have to imagine from the 19 team's behalf and the 5's team. We'll see. 1.2 second margin of victory for Kyle Larson. He put a beating on the field, but boy, he had to fight for it in the final stage. Epic burnout on the front stretch right now from the 5. First career win at Homestead-Miami Speedway for Kyle Larson, a track he had probably wanted to win at for so long. And finally was able to seal the deal today. Hit the sub later. No, you got to do it now, man. You got to do it now. Joseph C3, thanks for tuning in there late in the race as well. Robert L, also welcome. Dale Nicholson, I saw you there in the chat at the end. As well as many others who were watching both the finish of the race as well as just the entire race as a whole so far. Pretty exciting finish to this race. A lot of battles for position there going on late that were fun to watch. I'm wondering if Larson would have gotten to Truex without that caution coming out. And how good Truex could have been on that last run. He went from 19th to 6th in the final 17 laps. On equal tires nonetheless. Ended up 4.2 seconds off the lead. Obviously he was still battling with Keselowski at the finish as well. But man, oh man, oh man. I'll give you a points update as soon as I see it. This is Marty Snyder with Kyle Larson.
Deliver led all but 68 laps, and for the Miami fans, he finally gets a win at one of his best racetracks here at Homestead-Miami Speedway. So Kyle, gonna go get the checkered flag first. Celebrate with the fans for a moment. I know this was one you wanted bad. Is this sort of reminiscent of last year when you guys were so dominant, Kyle? Maybe the best run you guys have had all year long.
Yeah, definitely the best run we've had all year long. We've been capable of it. I feel like many weekends we just haven't quite put it all together. So Cliff gave a great speech this morning and got us all ready to go and focused, and did my best to keep it out of the wall. I got in the wall a few times, but I can still make speed doing that. So amazing race car. I knew that last run was going to be short enough where I was going to be in some sort of trouble there, but thankfully AJ and Ross were racing hard behind me. So huge thanks to Valvoline, HendrickCars.com, everybody at Hendrick Motorsports too. I think it was a good day for Chase and William. But yeah, happy for our team. And we get to go race for an owner's title in Phoenix in a couple weeks. So we're still technically not out of it. I know I can't win the championship, but it means more to me to win it as a team. So we're going to go to Phoenix and try and get another championship.
I have to ask you about the contact on pit road with Martin Truex Jr. What was your view of what happened?
Yeah, so I was just going behind him, and he hung a hard left and was hard on the brakes at the same time, and I ran right in the back of him. So I don't know if my team said he was late, turned into a stall, but I don't know. If it was my fault, I'm sorry. I don't think it was, but it's hard to see down this pit road. I don't know if fans and people realize when you got debris all over your windshield, the sun's shining straight in your face, it's hard to see your stall. So hate that happened. He was definitely the one that I was going to have to beat. He was really good that last long run too. So what a fun day. I've always wanted to race here during the day at Homestead. We could rip the wall, and finally have a car tough enough for me to be able to run the wall and finish the race. So a lot of fun today. Hope you fans enjoyed the ass kicking there, and hope we can do it again in a couple weeks.
Dale Earnhardt Jr. said it was an A-plus burnout. I would say it was an A-plus day overall for Kyle Larson and Hendrick Motorsports, Kim.
Kim Coon standing with Martin Truex Jr.
We saw the contact from the 5. Checked in with your team. They said the 5 spun you. Larson just told Marty he didn't think it was his fault. The booth noted you seemed a little far to commit to your pit stall. What happened?
Yeah, it was definitely a little bit of both of that. It's really hard to see through these windshields right now with the sun like that and all the stuff covering it. And I did see my box late for sure, and so I slowed down before I turned out of the way, the 5 there. So obviously partly on me. I didn't expect to get turned around. I'm glad nobody got hurt there. But overall it's just disappointing, and to have a good day going like that and have a shot at winning, and couldn't close the deal. So I hate it for my team. It's been one of those years, so thanks to Bass Pro and Johnny and Tracker and Cabela's, everybody that supports us and sticks behind us, all our fans. We're going to keep digging. We're going to win a bunch of races. We just got to get through this rough patch.
Whether it was a mistake or just bad luck, another win, losing from Martin Truex Jr. and this team.
Yeah, rough patch. Kim, he's talked about it. He's lived it here.
Chris Studios, thanks for the $5 super chat as well in the comment, of course. Almost forgot the obligatory donation. Well, I appreciate you supporting me on the donation side of things over the last few weeks. We'll go through the full field finishing order here. If there's any more interviews on the other side of the commercial break, you guys obviously will get to listen into that as well. Kyle Larson, again, margin of victory, 1.2 seconds, won both stages, won the race, and that 5 team will be heading to Phoenix for the Owners' Championship alongside Joey Logano. As far as the driver standings go, Logano, the only driver locked in ahead of the championship there. Ross Chastain is going to end up finishing second place in each of the first 2 races of the round. Last I saw, he was 17 points above the cutoff line. More on that, obviously, when I get an update on the other side of the commercial break as well. AJ Allmendinger will finish in 3rd place, 1.3 seconds off the lead. Austin Dillon with a great day today, ends up finishing 4th. He was top 10 at the end of both stages as well. Came to play, for sure. Brad Keselowski ends up rounding out the top 5. Also had a great day, ran top 10 all day. And Martin Truex Jr., as you just heard from a little bit ago, admitted to breaking a little bit late. It wasn't expected to get turned, but broke a little late as he almost missed his pit box with the sun glare under that final stop of the day with a little less than 20 laps to go. Ended up coming back, though, to finish 6th after restarting 19th. Denny Hamlin ends up finishing 11th. Didn't have a great start to the day, but ended up having a good finish. Kevin Harvick ends up finishing in 8th. And rounding out the top 10, as mentioned a little bit ago, Daniel Suarez is going to round out the top 10 for today's race. 11th place was Christopher Bell. He fell off early after qualifying on the outside of the front row. Unfortunately, he ended up just not as fast as what he was yesterday in the on-track action. Did not have the long-run speed and was really burning up the rear tires and was very loose the longer into the run he went. Christopher Bell ends up William Byron ends up finishing in 12th place. Also fell late. He ended up finishing 2nd and 3rd in the first 2 stages, but went the wrong way on an adjustment to start stage 3. Could never recover. Also had a bad green flag pit stop as well, which costed him some time. Again, 12th place finish for Byron. Chris Buescher ends up finishing 13th. Chase Elliott 14th. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. ends up 15th. Michael McDowell 16th. Ryan Blaney 17th. Joey Logano 18th. Blaney, by the way, brought out that second to last caution of the race. He ended up spinning in the middle of green flag pit stops when he was leaving the pits. It was on the excess road on the inside of the racetrack in turns 1 and 2. And that brought out that yellow and trapped him a lap down. He had to take the wave around. He was running in 2nd place for a large portion of the final stage leading up to that. Truex got around him right before the stop happened, so he was actually in 3rd when he hit pit road, but finishing 17th, another costly error from the driving standpoint of the driver, the number 12, 2 weeks in a row, late in the race, was running top 3. And obviously he has lost, he's probably lost over 30 points in the last 50 laps of a race in these last 2 races now. That you're going to not make the championship 4 because of mistakes like that, and he's going to be in a hole going into Martinsville. Again, Logano 18th, Cindric finishes 19th, and Harrison Burton 20th. So not great finishes for a lot of those Penske drivers. Logano also got trapped a lap down. He was running 6th prior to the pit stops where Blaney had spun. So both those guys are having good days, but could not get back through the field on those late race restarts. Eric Almirola ends up 21st, Ty Gibbs 22nd, Corey LaJoie 23rd, Cole Custer 24th, Noah Gragson will end up 25th. There were also only 23 cars that finished on the lead lap today. Ty Dillon ends up 26th. John Hunter Nemechek had a great start to the day, but spun on lap 29. That was the first caution of the day. Got loose off the exit of turn 2. Ended up backing into the inside wall. Enough damage to where he was, or not enough damage to take him out of the race, but enough damage to where he was not fast from that point on. And pretty much just ran the rest of the day outside the top 25 despite looking good early. Justin Haley ends up finishing at 28th, Landon Castle 29th, Eric Jones in 30th, 3 laps down for him. Ty Gillen in 31st, J.J. Yaley 32nd, B.J. McLeod in 33rd, Cody Ware 34th. The 2 drivers DNF'd in today's race. Tyler Reddick brought out that last caution, went hard into the inside retaining wall off turn 2 where he had ended up spinning due to just getting loose, similar to what we saw many drivers deal with, especially in that area of the racetrack all day. And ended up just turning straight on into the wall. Chase Briscoe rounds out the field today, and obviously going to be in a must-win situation heading into Martinsville if he's going to want to make it to the championship 4. Remember, he won at Phoenix earlier in the season, so if he could find a way to win Martinsville, he could have a shot realistically at the championship going into that final race of the season. But he ended up 107 laps down today. He ended up overcorrecting his car when he had gotten loose in the middle of 1 and 2 earlier. Slapped the outside wall pretty hard. Heavy damage to the right front. Broke the truck arm to the race car, and out of the race he went there. that is your full field running order for today's race. The point standings, which I know many of you guys would want me to get to, I did take a snapshot of it right before NBC went off the air. Their post-race show is already done quickly. Headed to Peacock there for that, for those of you wondering. Be Crazy T99, thanks for tuning in. Also, Keegan McPants, thanks for tuning in late in the stream. I saw Ethan in the chat. David Beb. Pasta, also welcome. About 200 people watching. I think Briscoe will win Martinsville. It's a bold prediction. The Fords have been good on the flat tracks this year. But it seems like even based off earlier this season, still Hendrick's playground at Martinsville, that maybe hasn't changed. Needless to say, where was I at? Oh yeah, points. The most important part, the point standings. With just 2 races to go on the season. Again, Logano in based off of a win in the first race of the round at Las Vegas. And again, Larson is in the Owners' Championship. So you figured that everybody I'm going to talk about, in order at least, is going to be bumped down for the Owners' Championship. But for the Drivers' Championship, most importantly, Ross Chastain, 19 points above the cutoff line. 2 second-place finishes in the round. All he needs to do, just get some stage points at Martinsville. And even if he, say, finished like 20th or so, if he gets those stage points early on, he'll be headed to Phoenix for a shot at the championship. Chase Elliott is 11 points above the cutoff line. Came in, actually I should say Chastain came in plus 18. He gains 1 more point to plus 19. Elliott came in plus 17. He loses a few points because of getting trapped a lap down and finishing outside the top 10 there late. But he is still 11 points above the cutoff line because there were other drivers obviously in the playoffs that had that same issue. William Byron, 5 points above the cutoff line. He came in minus 6 on Denny Hamlin. Hamlin had a better finish. Hamlin finished 7th, and Byron ended up finishing 12th. But because William Byron had 17 stage points, which was well more than Denny Hamlin, and Hamlin actually did not get any stage points in stage 1 at all, only I believe 3 or 4 stage points in that second stage. That's where Byron was able to make up so much ground and why he is 5 points above the cutoff line. So it goes to show where you start does matter. Byron qualified on the pole. He did have a fast car early, but obviously faded in that final stage, went the wrong way to an adjustment. It bailed him out. He's still above the cutoff line. And Denny Hamlin, who did not qualify well, was unable to get inside the top 10 because I think he qualified 19th. Was unable to get in the top 10 before the end of stage 1. Couldn't get there until stage 2, and despite running pretty much in the top 7 that entire final 2 stages, it just took him too long to get there, and that cost him. Ryan Blaney, I mentioned his spin cost him a lot of points for the second straight race. He is now 18 points below the cutoff line. He's not in a must-win situation at Martinsville, but it's going to be very difficult knowing how good really every team has been in the round of 8 outside of Bell and Briscoe today. And obviously Bell didn't get a good finish last week. Briscoe didn't get any stage points last week despite a good finish. So, I mean, really, the top 6, even Logano, despite not having a good finish today, was still fast. The top 6 cars have been really fast these first 2 races of the round. You'd have to expect that they're probably going to have that same kind of speed at Martinsville, even though it's a completely different racetrack. So it's going to be tough for Blaney to make up those points. It's not impossible. Martinsville is a good track for him. I think he's finished second 3 times at Martinsville in his Cup Series career, so maybe he can get the job done and finally get the win and get that first win of the season as well, but we'll just have to wait and see. Christopher Bell is 33 points below the cutoff line, and Chase Briscoe is 44 points below the cutoff line going into the next round. Or I should say going into Martinsville next weekend. And again, that will be the cutoff race. 2 races to go for the NASCAR Cup Series. Our last live commentary stream of the season will be next weekend at Martinsville for the Cup Series. And our coverage begins, I believe, at 1:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So again, 1:30 Eastern Standard Time next week. You won't want to miss it. Last thing we have to go through right now is the fantasy standings. See how that all panned out. You can join the Fantasy League on the NASCAR mobile app or website. It is free to join. Chance to win 2 tickets to any NASCAR race of your choosing the following season after winning either the regular season or playoff championship. You automatically qualify for the playoffs as long as you're in the league and are playing when the playoffs begin. And obviously, we already have a regular season champion crown. Inside Uranus was able to win back-to-back regular season championships. He won last year's regular season title as well. And therefore, with that being the case, he was able to go to Auto Club earlier this season. I usually try to make it out, or will try to make it out. Obviously, it was the first year on the channel doing that last year. So I will try to do that again wherever he picks for this season. And as far as the playoff champion, of course, who can win it there? Obviously, if he wins it, he can have 4 to the same race or 2 to separate races. We'll have to see how that will all pan out. But my team this weekend, not so hot. I ended up forgetting my lineup for the 3rd straight week, which has taken me out of playoff contention. I will not win back-to-back playoff championships because I just simply forgot to set my team so many times. So no bonus points. I had Reddick, he crashed late. Logano didn't have a good finish, got trapped a lap down. Byron didn't have a good finish, got a lot of stage points. Elliott didn't have a good finish. Suarez finished 10th. I think I only had 1 driver in the top 10 my fantasy lineup, so enough about me. More about you guys towards the top of the leaderboard. Inside Uranus is your winner at Homestead this weekend with 220 points. He wins by 13 points over Dark Crypto with 207. Jordan 1199 ends up 3rd with 192 points. Sauce Mafia and Austin Dillon fan with 189 points finishes 4th. The P-Shat Motorsports rounds out the top 5 with 186 points this weekend. Want to see who Inside Uranus had on his team real quick. Means he won this week. He had Reddick, who was in the garage. Luckily for him, late. Made the right move there. Saw him dropping. Probably didn't feel confident he was going to get a good finish. Where Byron had the 3rd highest points today, despite finishing outside the top 10. Hamlin gets the top 10. Good finish for him. Chase Elliott had a lot of stage points at least. Was 8th in points scored today, despite not finishing in the top 10. Let's see here. Kyle Larson ends up winning the race and winning both stages. So obviously, max points. If you had Larson on your team this week, couldn't do anything wrong with him. And then Christopher Bell, who scored stage points early, didn't have a great finish. That was really the only person on his team that didn't have a good day. The other ones, for the most part, did. And the standings going into this week, which we'll check real quick. That's the overall playoff standings going into the week. It was very, very tight. Inside Uranus was only, let's see here, 15 points ahead of Patrick Shadley, or P-Shat Motorsports in the chat, and only 16 points ahead of Dark Crypto. Jordan 1199, also really tight up there. I mean, really, you look all the way back to Sauce Mafia and Austin Dillon fan coming into the week, 54 points separated the top 5 with 3 races to go. Now, Inside Uranus will grow that points lead out just a little bit because he did win this week. But it's still going to be a tight race with 2 races to go within that top 5. So we'll see. We'll see who can win. That is going to wrap things up today. Like and subscribe again for more daily NASCAR content. I will see you guys hopefully later tonight. NASCAR 06, Watkins Glen. I'm not sure if that race will start at 8 or not. We'll wait and see, honestly, how this is going. I definitely got to get something to eat right now, and still have to work out today. So I will plan on getting that race in. Just keep that bell notification on. We'll be racing NASCAR 6 Watkins Glen Cup Series, and hopefully we have a good race there. I think it'll be wild. This race had a wild finish. I think we'll have a wild race at Watkins Glen later today as well. Thank you, everybody, for your support as always. Again, like, subscribe, and I'll see you guys. If not later tonight, I'll see you guys next weekend for the last live commentary stream of the year. Again, I'll be at Phoenix for the championship race weekend, so that's why there's no live commentary for any races that weekend. And then hopefully next year is a very good chance I'll be doing commentary for the Truck, Xfinity, and Cup races every single weekend, unless I go to the race. And even going to the Cup race, I don't always go to the Truck and Xfinity races, so races I'll be going to the Cup Series, I'll still be commentating Truck or Xfinity that weekend as well, so it'll be fun. There's some double headers in there as well, so some all-day streaming events on some Saturdays throughout the course of next season also. But needless to say, it's gonna be a fun time. Still got a couple races left this year, 1 more to commentate. Hope to see you guys then. Thank you, everybody. See you next time.